早晨，各位嘉賓、各位朋友，大家好，好歡迎大家嚟臨由香港賽馬會主辦賽馬會有趣學中文嘅研討會2022。咁研討會嘅主題呢，就係家社校同行，用多元化祝愉快學習嘅。咁我係今日大會嘅司儀，我個名叫 Sarika 蔡婉珊。咁喺呢度呢，僅代表香港賽馬會呢，多謝香港特別行政區政府啦，同埋教育局局長、現場同埋線上嘅嘉賓，所有嘅朋友支持出席今日嘅研討會嘅。咁再提一提大家啦，今日嘅研討會咧係會以廣東話進行嘅。咁如果需要即時英語傳譯嘅朋友咧，我哋已經咧喺會場嗰度咧準備咗呢一個嘅耳機俾大家㗎啦。咁就係喺傳譯櫃台嗰度。咁大家離開之前咧，記得將個耳機交翻去傳譯櫃台嗰度就可以㗎啦。So the conference today will be conducted in Cantonese. So while English translation will be available through the interpretation headphones from the simultaneous interpretation counter. And please return the headphones to the simultaneous interpretation counter before you leave the venue. 咁喺線上參加嘅朋友呢，亦都可以喺網頁上面嘅右上方選擇英文聲道呢，去收聽英語即時傳譯㗎。English simultaneous interpretation is also available on live stream, so you may choose the English audio channel at the right top corner of the website. 賽馬會有趣學中文計劃咧，係由香港賽馬會慈善信託基金籌劃同埋捐助嘅，咁並由3間嘅大學啦，同埋2間非政府組織聯合策動嘅。咁呢一個計劃咧喺2016年已經啟動㗎啦。咁透過家庭啦、社區、學校3方面結合嘅，咁推動文化回應教學，並創造愉快而且有意義嘅學習環境，以提升非華語少數族裔優異嘅中文水平。咁計劃咧亦都期望透過支援少數族裔嘅家庭啦，以及協助佢哋融入主流社會，同時促進社會共融嘅。咁藉住呢一個機會咧，我都好想同大家分享少少。其實我自己本人咧都係一個土生土長嘅香港人啦，而我爸爸咧就係一個馬來西亞華僑，媽咪咧就係印度人喎。咁所以咧，我由細嘅時候咧就已經經常喺屋企咧就接觸到中文嘅。咁能夠掌握到好嘅中文咧，其實為我自己嘅學習啦，同埋工作咧，真係帶嚟好多嘅機會啊！咁令我咧更加可以容易同大家溝通啊，同埋結識到朋友㗎。咁所以咧，我特別對賽馬會有趣學中文呢一個計劃咧，非常之印象深刻。咁我覺得呢一個計劃咧就非常之實用啦。咁今日咧非常之高興，因為咧可以聚集咗本地各界嘅人士，咁包括教育界啦、社福界啦、學術界、非牟利嘅機構人士、少數族裔嘅青年，就支援非華語與本地學生嘅早期學習咧，展開呢一個討論同埋分享嘅。咁今日嘅研討會咧係會全日進行嘅。咁早上咧我哋就會有開幕禮啦，咁陣間咧就會有一場嘅分享簡介，咁以及咧一場嘅專題環節嘅。咁喺午飯之後翻嚟咧，我哋就會另外有3場嘅專題環節，所以大家千祈唔好錯過啊！好啦，呢一個時候事不宜遲，我哋正式咧就開始今日嘅研討會啦。首先有請香港賽馬會慈善及社區事務執行總監梁卓偉博士為我哋今日嘅活動致歡迎辭，有請梁博士。
早晨，周醫生 ，Mr. Harry Lee。
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Host.
Our host, Professor Lee. Well, I'm very delighted to see so many people gathered around here to support this project. As you can see behind me, there are many different logos. 3 universities, including this one, Education University, and we also have other supporting organizations to promote C for Chinese. I'm very delighted because of a number of reasons. other than the fact that so many have come today, you may wonder there are many empty seats here. I've been doing pandemic fighting work for more than 2 decades. I've learned a lot from Dr. Choi. We were still serving in the government during the last pandemic. So why are we happy to see so many empty seats as the organizer? Because that means many schools and kindergartens have started running again. Concerning this seminar, we were supposed to have it during the peak of the pandemic. Many people signed up because people had to learn online. People couldn't go to school. And now that all the schools have reopened, we are returning to normality. So everyone has to attend the classes. So that is a good thing. Secondly, I know hundreds of people are joining us online. So the passion is definitely there. We actually have more participants. So that is why I'm very happy. Secondly, I finally see the second phase of this project. We have 2 professors in a moment, together with 1 frontline teacher, to share with us what will be done in the second phase. So I'm happy that we have a second phase. Thirdly, the Jockey Club Trust Fund, other than donating money for good causes, we would like to promote frontline thinking and pioneer thinking, which means we have to be very grounded. And we are not talking about established policies, but rather we have to explore possibilities and see if we can succeed. So these are very important elements, and that is why the 2 chairmen of the EOC are both seated in the audience. We need to allow equal opportunities for everyone to shine in their life. This project is to respond to the UN Children's Foundation. Begin life healthy. Why? The Chinese people have been talking about this same philosophy for thousands of years. Your future is pretty much set when you are 3 years old. So we must offer you useful skills and elements when you are young. And it goes beyond languages. It is also about cultural integration. We must allow people, youngsters, the ability to live in a very diverse world. We always want to promote trilingualism among our children, and actually that is not enough. If you want them to enjoy the best opportunities, to unleash their potentials, you need to be truly trilingual and bicultural. When we talk about biculturalism, you can't learn that in the books. In the second half of the project, we have to focus on being culturally sensitive or responsive education benchmarks. We are talking about C for Chinese program. We are not responding to certain things. children with different backgrounds living in Hong Kong. They may not go through the same things compared to local Chinese children. So we must provide education to all so that they will become more culturally responsive. So we have to turn these ideas into teaching materials that can be taught to even 3-year-olds. So in the second phase, we would like to push things forward. This is not yet in the curriculum under the Education Bureau, but we should try so that our pioneer thinking can be integrated well with our frontline practices. Once again, I would like to thank all our colleagues. I know many frontline teachers are also involved. We have also trained up many teaching assistants. Hopefully, you will continue to shine. And it doesn't matter what your family background is or what culture you grew up in. You will be able to unleash your potentials and help the next generation to shine as well. Thank you, Dr. Leung. We are very delighted to have also invited Dr. Choi Yuk-lin, JP, Secretary for Education, and Dr. Yok Chow from Indian Association, the Chairman, Vijay Hariala, to be our officiating guests. Dr. Choi is otherwise engaged today, so she can't attend in person, but with new technologies, we can enjoy her presence through this video. Dr. Leung, Dr. Chow, Mr. Haralila, dear guests, schoolmasters, parents, teachers, I'm very happy to be able to attend today's seminar via this video so that we can make useful exchanges with our peers and support C for Chinese and celebrate its second phase. The Jockey Club Charity Fund started collaborating with NGOs and universities beginning from 2016 so that we can promote fun in learning Chinese and promote collaboration between families, schools, and the Education Bureau so that we can create interesting learning environments so that we can help students to be integrated into the local community without any major obstacles when they move along the school system. We have supported more than 20 schools and more than 1,000 non-Chinese speaking children have benefited. We have also provided a lot of training. We've organized talks and seminars and workshops to share our results and policies. I want to thank the team for C for Chinese, especially the Jockey Club Charity Fund and all the NGOs and universities who are participating. Thank you very much for your work towards non-Chinese speaking children in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a truly inclusive place. We attach a lot of importance to support given to non-Chinese speaking students. And our kindergartens are very important. For those between 4 and 8, this is the critical time for learning. If we can allow non-Chinese speaking students to spend more time in an immersive environment, they will be able to be well integrated into the community when they grow up. That is why we have launched a number of supporting facilities and policies, including kindergartens who have more than 8 non-Chinese speaking kindergarten students. We will provide extra support and assistance so that we can allow them to blend in more smoothly and can be connected to the primary school level. We have also provided 5 tiers of funding ranging from 50,000 to 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. Kindergartens enrolling non-Chinese speaking students will be subject to such financial assistance so that we can create a truly culturally immersive environment. More than 700 kindergartens have benefited from such a scheme, and they have adjusted their teaching materials and arranged teaching assistants to be present in class so that they can provide more support to non-Chinese speaking students. And of course, we need to rely a lot on the teachers as well. Beginning from 2018-19, we have provided allowances to substitute teachers, and the first phase of programs have been recognized by the Bureau. We also set clear targets for teacher training so that all participating in the kindergarten scheme, enrolling non-Chinese speaking students, at least one teacher would have completed our foundation courses. Thank you very much for your effort. We have reached all the set targets, but we can continue to do better. So we would like to blend in different cultures in the learning environment in Hong Kong. And we want to create this wonderful platform so that we can provide more support to non-Chinese speaking students. And in the second phase, we will launch different projects again to support Chinese learning and social skills development for these students. Some primary schools will be incorporated into the scheme. I wish the seminar a great success and smooth launching of the second phase of C for Chinese project. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Choi. Now let's invite our officiating guests to come onto the stage so that we can have our launching ceremony. Let's invite Dr. Leung, from the Jockey Club Charities Trust, and Dr. Yok Chow, and from Indian Association Hong Kong, Mr. Vijay Harilala, to come onto the stage and have a group photo. Let's get ready. And our officiating guests, when I count to 3, please look at the center of the screen and do a high five with the children on the screen. They will also do it back, symbolizing the official commencement of this conference. So let's raise our hands and let's take a group photo. Let's count from 3 to 1, okay? And then we'll do the high five. 3, 2, 1. Let's all wish great success for the C for Chinese conference. We'll take another group photo. Thank you. To have a successful conference, we need support and collaboration from various parties. Let's continue to work together to create this truly diverse and integrated community. Let's also invite members of the consultative committee. They are from Zhonghua Hospital Groups, Mr. Ng Ki-fen. From EOC, Policy Research and Training Director, Dr. Zhu Songwen. From Lodingbong Secondary School, Dr. Li Shim-man. Dr. Kim So-won from Children's Commission. Let's look at the photographer and have a group photo taken. Thank you. Members of the committee, please be seated, and our officiating guests, please continue to stay. Let's invite 6 partners. First, let's invite Madam Zhak Dong-cheng. From Education University, Professor Zhong Kit-hwa. Mr. Ng Yuk-ming. From Polytechnic University, Professor Chen Sui-dun. From Hong Kong University, Dr. Hui Shou-yen. Professor Jie Sek-kim. Let's look at the conference photographer. We're truly delighted to have support from so many parties so that we can run this conference smoothly.
Thank you so much. Would you please be seated downstage? Because next, our photographer is going to take a group photo of the entire hall. Right, group photo time.
報咧到我哋嘅台上啦。咁呢個時候咧，我都落嚟同大家。
Yes, I will come downstage and take a group photo together with all of you here.
好，我哋一齊望住台上面嘅攝影師。
A group photo. With your biggest smile, despite the mask, we would be able to see your smiling eyes.
好，我哋舉起個手指公，耶！
Thumbs up, please.
好，非常好。OK， 唔該晒。
Thank you very much. We thank all of you who are joining this occasion today and also our VIPs. Next, I would like to announce that the 2022 C4 Chinese Conference now commences. Now, if I can call on the speakers to share with you the Results of the first stage of the project and what to look out for. C for Chinese is sponsored by the Jockey Club Charity Fund and is supported by the 3 universities and 2 NGOs. And this project lasts 10 years, and the first year was 2016, and we are actually now in the second phase of the project, and it will extend to more students and who are studying at local kindergartens who are non-native Chinese speakers. And here we will be sharing the results of the first phase of the program and what to look out for in the second phase. And we're very happy to have Eva Didi to share with us at this session. Taiba Bibi, would you please come onto the stage? And she is from the Christian Lokdo Kindergarten. She is a teacher. And we have, for the first phase, Dr. Cha Shakum and also Dr. Chen Dun to come onto the stage. And Dr. Che was formerly with the Hong Kong Education University, and he was responsible for Chinese education research, and he was the director of Chinese Education Research Center. And Dr. Chan is from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, and she is the director for Chinese and bilingual learning. Now today we have teacher Bibi, Taiba Bibi, to talk to us first. Hello, I'm Taiba Bibi. Let me start with the sharing. My family is from Pakistan. My father's been here for some years, and together with my brothers and sisters, I was born in Hong Kong. After graduating from DSE, because I was interested in kindergarten education, so I joined this C for Chinese teaching assistant program, and my internship started at the Christian Lokdo kindergarten, and the children and the teachers call me Teacher Bibi. And I very clearly understand learning a second language or a third language is very difficult. I know that firsthand, and I also know that learning Chinese well is important to be living in Hong Kong. And I think kindergarten Chinese teaching is foundation building. And if we can help kindergarten children, we should, as much as possible, do so. I'm interested in teaching, and at my kindergarten, as a teacher, I've learned a lot of knowledge about taking care of young children. And I am now in a high diploma program for kindergarten teaching. And I'm very privileged to have this opportunity to be here with the 2 professors to have this exchange session here. Well, thank you very much, Teacher Bibi, for your sharing. I also want to share, as a person with ethnic diversity, I also feel this firsthand. Learning Chinese is important, and hearing Teacher Bibi today, we feel particularly encouraged. Now, having heard Teacher Bibi, we would want to now turn to Dr. Jie. In the first stage or phase of this program, you have made a lot of contributions. Would you want to share with us? Well, having heard Teacher Bibi, we know that it is certainly not easy teaching non-Chinese speaking children. There are a few principles in our project, and that is the home, the school, and the community all have to work together to make this successful. And further, the children will have to learn happily rather than to learn through tears, and to learn effectively as well. And we all know that for the teachers and the principals who are joining us today, you all know this only too well. And that is, when we first began this project, there was very little resources, teacher training, and support for teaching non-Chinese as native language students. In the beginning for the project, it was a pilot project with 20 schools participating. The results were very encouraging. I'll be telling you a little bit more about the results. And now we have a lot more participating schools. In the first phase of the program, first of all, we want effective, highly effective teaching, happy and meaningful learning. And at the same time, we want to create a cultural responsive environment to take care of the Chinese learning needs of different students with different backgrounds. And also, for cultural response, we found that it is particularly important and innovative as an element in the program. The program had integrated the unique cultural background of the ethnic minority and their learning. And the school, the home, the community all have to work together. For cultural response, it means that the children are learning effectively and happily and meaningfully. And we need materials for that. For example, in taking care of responding to cultural diverse students, we need to create teaching kits and teaching materials. So 18 books created. You can see from the diagram and from the pictures here, the main characters of the stories come from Pakistan, Nepal, and India, ethnic minorities. And the stories are about the characteristics of their ethnic groups. And we've used common names such as Leah, Kadi, etc., which are common names among these cultures. And we also see the everyday life of these cultures, such as ethnic foods, so that it is easier for the students to identify with. And we find that this is very successful. The students were happily learning. And let's take a look at this video.
手工藝品攤位，
黃銅啊，
拇指
拇指
16、17，
靚唔靚啊？
邊個想啊？
我中意做饅頭。
好。
Now, having seen this video, you will have a feel as to the program. Now, if I can just give you a few highlights. 96% of non-Chinese language students had their Chinese attainment enhanced, even though they're not physically going to school, and we have a framework for assessing their Chinese capabilities. And you can see here that if they reach level 2 or level 3 or level 3 plus, they can actually attend class together with the local Chinese K3 students. That is to say, they can integrate into the entire education system. So they do not have to be taken out from the mainstream class to conduct their learning. So 96% is a very good result, definitely. And 97% through our surveys and our face-to-face interviews, they believe that the program had enhanced their knowledge and methodology for teaching these students. And also for parents, 98% of these children's parents feel that they are more confident in supporting their children's learning. Thank you very much. So we heard that the effects are very pronounced and the project is very successful. Now, Teacher Bibi, what do you think about the teaching materials? Well, yes, the school does use the stories mentioned. At the kindergarten, our role is to facilitate the children so that they feel more safe and they feel loved. And in the classes, I become a role model for these students in their growing up. And while they're still so very young, I actually look back at my own childhood and I wished that I had that role model as well. But it's not too late because I am now the role model. That's very good. Now, we see that there are a lot of new teaching materials and new ways of teaching for the students. Now, let's turn to Professor Chan. Now, Professor Chan, we know that in Phase 1, you have been supporting this program. Can you share your thoughts with us, please? Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. And we have Teacher Bibi here to do the sharing with us, which is very good. Just now she mentioned that within the classroom, she had a very important role to play, and the students feel very close and they can identify with her as a role model. So apart from the teaching materials that we've talked about by the good professor, in fact, the cultural responsive education is also a part of our program, and multicultural elements very important as well. In the classroom, this can be taught, and also it can become a very good bridge between the school and the family, so as to enhance the communication between the parents and the schools, so that there is a very good effect in terms of home-school cooperation. And also the culture of the students can be brought into the school so that the local teachers and the local students would all the better understand the habits and the cultural characteristics of these students. And that is very important for effective teaching and learning. And starting from 2016 with our program, we have adopted this model of tripartite cooperation: home, school, community, and we have teachers, parents, social workers working together. So it is a all-round multi-pronged support for the students in their learning and supporting their interest in learning as well. Our children, not only in the classrooms, are happy, but in the community, they are happy too. Let's take a look at this video. That's right. So they're going to the community and learning in the community. Now, parents as well, for a lot of ethnic minority parents, they would want their children to be learning Chinese well, and they have certain expectations. Let's hear them out. Well, after I've joined this program together with my son, he's a lot more confident, and I've learned a lot of vocabulary as well. Before that, I didn't know any of that, and I don't want my children to have the experience that I had. And I hope that they will not be afraid of Chinese as a subject, but really integrate into this culture and society of Hong Kong. Right, we saw the two videos. We see the children happy, and we saw the parents happy as well. Thank you. And with this program having been going on for a period of time, we've had a lot of recognition and support. Can you talk to us about that, Professor Chan? Yes. For the Teachers Professional Training Program, it's been recognized by the EDB, the Education and Development Bureau. We're very happy about that. And also in the qualifications framework, it is a level 3 program. And we're very grateful to the EDB and to the qualification assurance authority. Yes. Professor? Yes. Concerning this program and its recognition, the Equal Opportunities Commission has also recognized the program, in particular the home community cooperation and together with the school model. So the teachers and principals are all very positive about this cultural responsive teaching methodology. Now we're coming to a second phase for this program. This is a very meaningful program and we're very happy to see its continuation so that more members of the education sector and the children can benefit from it. Professor Chan, what do we expect in the future in the second phase? Now we've come to the second phase of the program, and in this second phase, in terms of curriculum development, we will be putting in even more efforts. We will be optimizing curriculum development. And we, in particular, want to center cultural responsiveness. Well, just now Professor Leung said perhaps we shouldn't use this as a term, but when we started adopting it, we actually have considered it very thoroughly. We have adopted the Taiwanese wording, but going back, perhaps we can think through this a little bit more because we Chinese teachers, we should have more thoughts, but let's use this term for the time being. So cultural responsiveness is central. And in the second phase, apart from developing the children's Chinese capabilities, the emphasis will also be put into their socio and social skills. Yes, there is a storybook. For example, I am the household docent. This is one of the storybooks. Apart from stories, there are also socio-emotional capabilities fostering. And also there are some songs for the children to sing. And this is so enjoyable for the children and the teachers when the teachers see the children singing at the top of their voices with all the movements. It's very satisfying. Let's take a look.
視像通話開始啦！我在客廳看電視，看東看西真有趣。我的家還有什麼啊？我的家有爸爸和媽媽，快樂溫暖一個家。我喜歡我的家。
So you can see that is the song and it's very lovely. It's going to be part of second phase curriculum. As I mentioned, the curriculum will focus on enhancing non-Chinese speaking students' Chinese capability and also will focus on social level emotional development. The curriculum is divided into 2 levels. On each level, there are 7 themes. So attached to different themes, there will be teaching activities, storybooks, and also after-class activities, home-based learning support, etc. If you are interested, we do have some samples for you outside the venue. There are also storybooks attached to different themes. We will take care of diverse cultural needs of different people, and things will be very much related to daily living, cognitive capability, and different hobbies and interests. So other than learning Chinese in the classroom, the students can also extend the learning to outside of the classroom, into their homes and into the community, so that this is more comprehensive in nature and more well balanced. More and more kindergartens will enroll non-Chinese speaking students. So in a new phase, another focal point is that we hope to set certain teaching benchmarks which will incorporate teaching guidance and guidelines from the Bureau so that we can develop different toolkits. There will be school-based support for the teaching staff. They can also offer their inputs in curriculum design. We also provide additional training to all the teachers so that Chinese learning can be better supported at the kindergarten level for non-Chinese speaking students. After taking on board the experience from phase 1, we see kindergarten students also need to catch up with reading skills. Otherwise, when they reach the primary level, things will get rather difficult. So we have ambassadors going to different communities and schools to organize reading activities so that we can nurture their interest in reading and at the same time extend learning time. During the final 3 years, we will cover more and more primary schools as well, so that students growing up inside this program will continue to do well at the primary level. Characteristics of the scheme can be promoted to primary schools. Because of time constraints, let's jump to the next question. So I want to ask Teacher Bebe, can you share with us some stories of your students? In my class, there is this student from Pakistan in K3 level called Mali Habibi. Because the environment is very different, the child doesn't really know what is happening, we can offer more care to these students in our community and teach them more Chinese. I think they will learn even better. Thank you. So when it comes to the content of education under this project, we all know a lot more. This is very meaningful and we all hope for its success. So perhaps we can do a simple conclusion. Can you talk about your aspiration under the scheme? Professor Chen? Hopefully, in our community, people can become more respectful and inclusive of different cultures. And because we want to support non-Chinese speaking students to learn Chinese, we have accumulated quite a bit of experience. We've made some attempts. So in the future, hopefully, we'll be able to improve Chinese education for non-Chinese speaking students. Professor? After years of real practice, we very often talk about this concept of collaboration among school, home, and community. This scheme is actually putting that concept into practice, and it is of the larger scale around the world compared to similar schemes. Actually, Chinese-speaking students can also benefit from the same concept. In primary schools, in secondary schools, or we can conceptualize the entire scheme and do some theory building and promote it around the world. we can have new definitions, new practices. And the whole project is evidence-based. And we can put together dissertations so that we can benefit more children in the future and promote it around the world. Teacher Bebe, well, I now feel more motivated to help students to learn Chinese. I will share this meaningful scheme to all of my friends and relatives. And I would like to encourage more people to become volunteers. Thank you very much, all three of you. As Professor Chen mentioned, outside we have some display materials, and there will be some explanation offered by the Education University. I hope that we will all learn to listen closely to the needs of students with different backgrounds. And we can also do more sharing so that we can enhance the level of knowledge, and people with common goals can continue to support non-Chinese speaking students in the future. So can we take a group photo now? Thank you very much. Let's look at our photographer. Thank you very much. Please be seated off stage and take a break. Next, let's invite Dr. Leung would like to say a few words. I don't actually have anything special to say. I just understand that we have just started with the conference. Many officiating guests, however, because of very busy schedules, will have to leave first, including myself, because I need to attend certain meetings. I need to officiate another ceremony. It is rare to see so many important officiating guests. We have taken many group photos, but since we are big fans of the EOC and Mr. Chu is here, so I want him to come onto stage so that I can take some photos with him. And also the previous chairman, Mr. Chow. And Mr. Lee, who is providing the venue to us. Of course, you're very important as well. So all three of you, please come up here so that your fan can take some photos with you. Please, all three of you. Thank you, Dr. Leung and our guests. We're about to move on to thematic discussions. Before that, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Let me remind you, we will have Q&A session. If you want to ask questions, please scan the QR code on the screen on the backside of your badge. And then you can log on to ask questions. You can also enjoy our free Wi-Fi, which is being shown on the screen. Let's get back at 10:35.
Back, everyone. Just to remind everyone, that you have to switch off your mobile phones during the session. Now, Hong Kong is an international cosmopolitan, and it is a home for many ethnicities and races. And many of them are born and bred in Hong Kong, and they have always been contributing to the economy and prosperity of Hong Kong. And today at this session, we will be talking about the cooperation model among school, family, and community, and how the learner is supported in culture and capabilities where the learners are diversified in their backgrounds. So we'll be talking about support for learners with different backgrounds in culture and capability. And the support is given by school, home, and community. Now, there will be a Q&A session in this session, and you will be able to scan the QR code right behind of me, or the QR code behind your name badge, and then you will be able to input your questions. For online participants, on your screen at the corner, there is a Q&A logo, and you can click on that and ask your questions. Now, we have Dr. Chow to address us here, and he is the chair of this program, C for Chinese. He is the chair of the Advisory Council, and at the same time, we have IBS, Mr. Zhu, the chairman of the EOC, and we have the deputy CEO, the Aged and Recovery and Rehabilitation and Community of the Hong Kong Christian Services Organization, Madam Chen Zhongho, and we have from Hong Kong Unison, Dr. Yuk-lin, who is the Chief Executive, as well as from the Loddingbong Secondary School, the Vice Principal, Dr. Lee. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the charitable fund of the Hong Kong Jockey Club in supporting this program and to provide this opportunity for forward-looking discussions. And we have some very representative members on the stage coming from different backgrounds with different experience. And the detailed information is already provided to you, so I do not need to make any detailed introduction of our speakers here. But they will be talking to us about the past 5 years of this program, what they see from the past, and how they see the future. And today, we would also want to allow our participants, our audience, to understand that this program is not just a very straightforward program. It really is very complicated, and it requires mass participation. Not only is it an education issue, it is a family issue, it is also a community issue, a social issue. So we hope that you will pay attention to the sharings from our speakers. First of all, from the EOC, the Equal Opportunities Commission, Mr. Zhu as chairman. EOC is a statutory body, and its concern is about equal opportunities. It is anti-discrimination, and apart from enforcement work, they also have publicity work as well for the ethnic minorities in their livelihood and in their education. The EOC had done a lot of work in the past years. Yes, would you like to share with us some of your thoughts? Well, thank you. Yes, Dr. Chow. As you know, the mission and vision of EOC is to work together with the government and the community at large to build a inclusive society so that all members of our society will have the opportunity to develop themselves to the fullest. And in the past 20 years or so, for the 4 ordinances under EOC, we have done a lot of work. And today, the theme today is highly related to one of the ordinances that we have, which is to assist young children of ethnic minorities to, through learning Chinese, be able to really integrate into the Hong Kong societal fabric so that they become a member of this family of ours. So this is directly related to the vision and mission of the EOC. And I would like to very briefly go through some of the thoughts that I have. Now, in terms of education, there are some legal and also some theoretical basis for inclusion in education. Now, first of all, Hong Kong has to live up to certain international requirements and assessments. For example, there is the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. I've mentioned the 4 ordinances in Hong Kong, and these 2 are very relevant. Under the International Convention, Section 16, it says that there is to be any unlawful discrimination and harassment to persons on the ground of his, her, their races in educational establishments is unlawful. And also, under this race discrimination ordinance, which is Cap 602 in Hong Kong, we can see that for inquiries and cases, on average, over the years, it is in the single digit, the number of such cases. And if you've been reading in the media, the newspapers, for such cases to be brought to the court, they are very, very few and far between indeed. So if we look at the cases and the EOC in handling these cases, very often we are able to go through mediation and discussion, and with the EOC as a moderator, the 2 sides can finally reach resolution through mutual understanding. And most of the cases are dealt with successfully through this manner. And for the racial minorities being discriminated against, the cases thereof are not related to education or medium of education, but really more about everyday employment, work situation, and also their behavior and habits eliciting discriminatory responses. So is it like overseas? When the news, very often we see hate crimes being committed. When in Hong Kong, they are very, very rare indeed. But in Hong Kong, it is not satisfactory still, where in everyday life, there are some subtle and not obvious microaggression. So these are acts of subtlety, and one cannot even say that they're serious discriminatory acts, under the law. But very often, the racial minorities would feel that they are not accepted as a member of this society, and they are still a guest. And to have this kind of feeling means that there is still discrimination in our society. And so this is an attitude within the society. And if these cases still exist, this means that EOC still has work to do in this regard. Now, let us talk about education, which is the theme today. EOC in the past 10 years or so had done 2 very important reports. And in these 2 reports, a lot of work was involved. The first report was turned out in 2011, the second, 2019. And within these 10 years, Dr. Chow knows this very well. That is, in 2016, we conducted a series of law drafting exercise in the LegCo, and a few of them have to do with learning for minorities. And in 2019, 2020, the government had adopted certain amendments to the ordinance extending the discriminatory and disturbance to minorities and extending what's not admissible under the law within these regards. And the children of ethnic minorities can live and learn in a more friendly environment. So that is in policy advocacy, in curriculum development, and in teachers training. The EOC had made a series of proposals to the government, and together with the Education Development Bureau, the EDB, we've been working very closely together to see how these proposals and recommendations can actually be implemented, and that is still in progress today. As for our major concerns, they are the 3 that I've mentioned just now, and that is teachers' preparation and resources allocation and curriculum development. Now, starting from 2015, the EOC had established a work team for racial minorities, and we have a employer's commitment to promoting racial D&I in the workplace. So this is an agreement. It is an agreement signed with the employers, and so far we have over some 260 signatories. And this, we believe, is highly related to language training and education, so that the racial minority in their learning and employment environment will be given more friendly treatment. And looking into the future, we would want to continuously handle complaint cases, extend the policy so that society will have a dissipation of the attitude of minorities are still guests and not masters of society. So we will continue with this work. That's all I want to say for now. Next, let's have Carrie speak with us. Or maybe I should go first. Oh, why not? Let me introduce Reese. He is a very experienced educator, and very particularly among racial minority. He emphasizes Chinese education among racial minorities very much. That's his passion, and he is now the vice principal at a school. And in this position of his, I'm sure he would be able to all the more work on his advocacy so that the students can benefit. Well, thank you. I have a few points to share. First of all, this is 2022, and let us try to rewind when we started having so many EM persons in Hong Kong. Well, using my own experience, I was born and bred in Hong Kong, educated in Hong Kong, and when I went to school, back then. It was not like what teacher Bibi described. There was no Chinese. We were taught in English, and the second language for us was French. And basically, there was no chance of learning Chinese for us back then. And then it was in 2001, that is after 1997, close to 2001, that there was an increase in ethnic minorities in Hong Kong, especially for Pakistani, Nepali. There was a huge spike at the secondary school that I attended. It was 20-something students, and then came the school cert time. It became from 2 classes to 6 classes of racial minorities. You can imagine the increase at the time. And after that, the government started increasing resources allocated to this field. 2004, the government had started looking into ethnic minorities going into primary 1, the diversity of schools that they can go to instead of being focused on just a few schools. And then there were designated schools, concept to focus resources for ethnic minority. Let's not assess whether it was a good policy or not. But on the other hand, in 2008, there was a supplementary guide on Chinese curriculum for ethnic minorities, and a lot of resources were put in, 1 million, 1.5 million in the morning, actually. The Madam Secretary of the EDB had already talked about that. And in that is about helping minorities learn Chinese, and there was assessment tools for Chinese as a second language. And then there were 31 government measures to help ethnic minorities in integrating into the Hong Kong society. So you can see in the past 20 years in education resources allocation, it was really big. And the second point was that in the policy address, where the ethnic minorities had become a topic, and there were consultations concerning ethnic minorities and for ethnic minorities. A lot of these were happening. And myself, in the school, this is my 20th year in the education field, I would say, and I can see that a lot of schools in the past, they did not admit ethnic minorities, and there was a reason why. There was a period of time when they accepted a lot of such students. But if I can use the word positive, once admitted, the schools will get a lot of resources to support them. So from the supervisor down to the teachers, they were very proactive in admitting these students. But some other schools were passive because they wanted certain resources. But on the other hand, the resources were not deployed to really help these students in their learning. Now, just now, Dr. Gabriel Leung mentioned one point, which I think in this conference we can reflect on, and that was the word of cultural responsiveness. Is it an appropriate term, cultural responsiveness? Responsiveness, if we look at it, analyzes as an English word, responsiveness seems to be very passive. So can this passivity be turned into proactivity? So this is something that we can look into.
Secondly, I wonder if you caught the point from teacher BB. A student came to her school and she wants to see how to involve the student and the parents. I want to talk more about the parents. There is a slide. Parents' involvement from the school's angle, according to what I have observed, is that we have to deal with it on different levels. It can't be across the board. So in the Hong Kong context, we have to look at the educational level of the parents. There are 4 types of parents. High educational level, high Chinese efficiency. So what we're talking about is to do well our work. But that is in theory. And the second type, high educational level, good English, but not so great Chinese. I think they have resources to deal with that on their own. So these parents are quite easy to handle. And type 3, they are locally born, good Chinese, not very high level of education. So after Form 5, they stop learning, but they want their children to be able to achieve more. If schools can provide more support to them, they can support home-based learning. What about type 4? Not so high in terms of educational level. Chinese proficiency, not very high. And very often, we have to think about special strategies for these parents. We need to consider the living environment. We have to be more accurate in doing parental involvement. We need to do some analysis to see if older siblings can play the role of parents. Because according to the family dynamics, normally there is more than one child. Do they have family friends in our school? We need to take more care or better care of these parents. If you refer to this matrix, if we want to focus on the parents and the families, if we want to be more well-targeted, we need to more strategically take care of different parents and take care of differences among different families and promote happy learning of Chinese for the students. Finally, I'm a teacher myself. I think when it comes to teacher training and sensitivity training, we can step up our work. It's like Miss Bibi and other students. Normally, we hear about negative stories. If we have more positive narratives, then the teachers will be happier. We are injecting a lot of time, resources, and effort into it, and there is good response. There is no quick fix about this. We have to work together so as to promote changes. Thank you. Carrie, perhaps you go next. Miss Carrie Chen from Christian Services Association. She spent more than 2 decades on serving youngsters and children, so she is a very grounded social worker. Perhaps you can share with us your thoughts. Thank you. I'm happy to be on the stage to meet with Dr. Chow again. We used to do promotional work for EM families. So I will talk about myself. I'm a social worker from Christian Services. In the C for Chinese project, we do more community-based work so that we can extend learning to the families and the community. We will focus on our work experience today. If you pay attention to our topic, it is about collaboration among schools, families, and communities. So immediately, I think about it takes a whole village to raise a child, which comes from Africa. It's very simple. But we need different partners, schools, homes, and communities to have the same faith. It's easy to say, but not so easy to actually do it. We need to believe in partnership so that the final outcome will be greater than 1 + 1 = 2. Through collaboration, we can enhance the learning outcome and capability of students. Especially for non-Chinese speaking students, it is particularly important because they have to learn about the Chinese context, and they very often have limited resources and perhaps limited understanding of the community. So how can we, through collaboration, bring them more learning opportunities so that we can definitely achieve more than 2 after combining 1 and 1? Secondly, for schools, homes, and communities, we need the capacity to support non-Chinese speaking students. But again, it's easy to say. We understand that the best partnership is to be online at the same time so that we can have interactions, we can have mutual trust, have mutual understanding. But what really happens at the end is like this. Someone gets offline. So for non-Chinese speaking families and students, which partner may become more easily disconnected? I think you already know the answer. Parents. So why is it easier for parents to become disconnected? There are some reasons. One of them has to do with misconceptions. Perhaps it comes from school teachers. And I wonder if you have noticed some non-Chinese speaking parents, when they participate in school activities, the frequency is lower. Sometimes they don't show up. So people may feel that perhaps they don't want to get involved in their children's learning. It is a misconception. The second one, non-Chinese speaking parents themselves, many of them are from the grassroots. They may not know English, they may not know Chinese. Language skills are quite limited. They don't have much understanding of the Hong Kong education system, so gradually they lose confidence. They wonder if they can actually help their students in terms of learning. It is also a kind of misconception. Based on our experience, just like what Professor Chen said, many non-Chinese speaking parents are very willing to be involved. It's just that they face many limitations on the knowledge level. For example, lack of understanding of the local education system. They don't know what's happening in the schools, what is happening to the children in schools. And then it is about the skills. For those who do not know Chinese or English, there's no way for them to know how they can support the children in terms of learning. There's a lack of know-how. The third limitation is on the resource level. We encourage students to read more at home and learn more. So you need to read more Chinese books, watch Chinese movies, etc. But these resources may not be available to such non-Chinese speaking families. When we visit their homes, the only Chinese books they have would be Chinese textbooks from school, nothing else. They may not watch Chinese channels on the TV. They may be watching Bollywood movies, so there are no opportunities for them to get more Chinese knowledge. So what can we do to help them? Parents actually want to get involved very much. Since we want parents as important partners to get more involved, and we want to promote 3 elements, we need someone to take the first step. In the partnership, parents are more passive. So we need proactive people to encourage them. And very often that comes from the teachers in schools. So we depend on teachers and school policies to promote communication. When parents understand school information, it is more easy for them to participate. But this is communication with cultural sensitivity. Because parents are in different situations. You can't use across-the-board practices for all sorts of families. So we need A1, A2, A3 approach for families coming from country A. That is cultural sensitivity. Secondly, it is about empowerment. As I mentioned, there are many limitations and they need our intervention to provide more skills, knowledge, and tools to them. If you have time, go to the counter outside and you can see many tools are available to parents. Some books for extended learning, and some schools they teach children's songs and they will have a WhatsApp group and then they will record all the songs and add English explanation. So in the WhatsApp group, you can listen to the songs and then go home and help the children to learn. This is a very good practice. I wonder if school representatives having such practices are here. Finally, it is about opportunities. For parents to get involved, we must create opportunities for such participation. For example, PTA, to talk about how they feel, have inputs on the policies. They can be volunteers as well, because there are many different types of activities in schools. For example, Cultural Diversity Day, non-Chinese speaking parents can be volunteers running their own counters. They also invite non-Chinese speaking parents to do home visits involving Chinese speaking parents so that they have better cultural understanding. Now, other than parents, for the community to get involved, it's not that simple. There are many little ducks floating around. They are all resources. We have plenty of resources at the community level. They may be interested in supporting students, but they don't know where to start. So how do we concentrate the resources and place the focus on children to support them? Because they are more passive. Again, we need to rely on the schools. You need to try to draw resources into the school. Sometimes teachers are very busy. So we need some extra help. Who can we ask for help as a social worker? I think NGOs can be very good support. There are multiple roles to play. We can be the bridge because we understand better about social services and available resources in the community, so we can think about what to bring to the schools. Secondly, we can facilitate communication between different parties, such as schools and parents, and among parents. We have some organizations who have been serving ethnic minorities for quite some time. We can tell people about special cultural elements so that we can design different strategies to facilitate communication. Parent-to-parent communication is more important. We can design inclusion activities to promote an inclusive learning environment in schools. And finally, which is equally important, when we talk about learning, it's not the matter for social workers. That is actually not true. Many things in life will affect children's learning. Social services are powerful because we can identify family elements or factors which may affect children's learning. We can intervene or do referral, so children can truly grow in such learning. And finally, coming back to the basics, if we want to build a more inclusive learning environment for our children, we have to team up and have this we feeling. Partnership is not easy, but it's worth doing, and it has to be done. Thank you, Carrie. Finally, we have Dr. John Zhe, who's an expert in educational psychology. Has been an associate professor at City University. He's done some work for EOC. He was the chair for a strategic committee. So he has deep understanding on various fronts. Currently, he is the chief officer for Hong Kong Unison. Their work attracts a lot of attention, very often covered by the media. So let's see how their work can trigger more discussion. How we can take reference of their work. Thank you, Dr. Chow, for the special introduction. I would like to focus on how to make school-family community partnership possible. Very often we only talk about family and school partnership. Now we add the third element, which is community. How can we make this work? The three entities have the same goal. When we have a common goal, it is the best scenario. We want students to succeed, which is important. If we have different views, it's not possible to collaborate. I think all three entities want students to succeed. So from a macro point of view, the more inclusive are the schools, the better chance of success for students, especially schools with cultural minority students. When ethnic minority students are more competent in Chinese language, the higher chance of success for them, according to different researchers. Collaboration among school, family, and community are beneficial, particularly to ethnic minority students. So why aren't we doing it? It is unfortunate that, objectively speaking, there are no equal opportunities for EM students. So today's focus is on that exactly. How do we drive teachers to welcome more such a partnership? We know they have heavy workload, and sometimes they have not received enough training.
So let us look at what some of the insufficiencies are. Now, in the recent report, it had been pointed out by the Director of Audit that despite the fact that there are 14,000 Chinese subject teachers, only some 28% of them have received the relevant training from the EDB. So you would say, what about the rest of the 70-something percent? Well, that means the training had not been comprehensive, and I would say that we're disappointed here. Now, if the teachers need to provide integrated teaching, they would need to have certain planning. You cannot just have a conviction and say that you can successfully implement it. So among the principals, teachers, or even parents, let's look at how we can have a better partnership so as to make it successful for the children to learn. Parents, simply put, if you can provide more contact with the parents, they would have a lot of response. You don't need a lot of efforts. For example, WhatsApp, you can praise the results, praise their focus and their attentiveness in learning. That is already effective enough. And we have sufficient studies to tell us that simple, direct communication can already bring on learning advancement, including in reading, in participation of the children, and on being punctual to school, and even the parents' participation can be enhanced by that. And we'll talk about social capital a little bit later. Another speaker had actually pointed out just now that the parents can go to the kindergarten to do volunteering work. And the parents also need to come into contact with society. I'll be talking about these a little bit more later. So the EOC is community. Lady MacLeod Center is community. Social welfare or social workers, community. And community covers a lot. What about the business sector? Well, indeed, if the schools can link up with the community so that we can all work together, I am sure that it will be successful. All these examples I'm providing here is not just about kindergartens. It's also about primary schools, secondary schools, and universities. They all need parent, community, school cooperation. I just want to give you some examples here of school, family, community partnership. Some are still in the making, but I can point some titles to you, and you can make the connections. Well, basically, what I think is that because teachers are so busy, you need to provide them with something like essence or chicken soup to help them out. For example, if we have a McDonald's mysterious reading scheme. Now let's forget about McDonald's, a brand name for the time being. This is just an example. And there are some community libraries as well. Some of the libraries are very creative, and I've seen some very uncreative libraries. Basically, they just open the doors and children borrow books. What about some of the better libraries? In borrowing books, they have bags of books. You don't see what's inside the books. It's a mysterious bag. And my thinking is that if the libraries can prepare these bags of books to the children, that would be good. That is to say, the children don't know what's inside these bags, but the teachers would know what kind of books would be suited for what grade of students. The secondary schools as well. I always say 2 years behind grade level. Some people think that the more difficult the books, the better. That is wrong. If that is the case, why don't you just start studying the dictionary? But what you should do is to make it interesting for the children. So P6 students would read P4, P3 level books, and that would be right. And kindergarten students, for example, you would have more pictorials, less words in the books. So these bags of books, because what you want to do is to ignite their interest in reading, to borrow books. And we've just said it. The racial minorities, families do not own books at home. So if you incentivize them to borrow books and read books, that's the point. On the PPT here, I have put the word write in parenthesis, because if you want the children to write a book report, they will not be reading books. You have to make it simple. Let's say, for instance, they've finished reading a book and you ask them, what would be a good theme song for this story? This main character in the book, who would be a good actor or actress to play that part? And can you think of a song to express what's said in this book? Or can you give this book a score? You can give it 0 to 100, for example, in terms of the score. So just don't make reading a chore. Once it is a chore, then that's the end of it. The children will not be reading. So you have to think of ways creatively. Here's another example. Ocean Park Vocabulary Project. While I was in Canada, in my master's program for education, well, I hope those teachers here online can try this out. As follows. Especially for primary school, it is so relevant. We need some adjustments for kindergarten, perhaps. Let me talk about this. In the beginning of the term, the teacher would give the students some vocabulary. Start of term, beginning of September even. And then you have a list of vocabulary, the words. And on Monday, there'll be dictation for 5 words, Tuesday another 5 words, and it goes on. The whole week, you cover 20 words. And then Friday, you go back to those original words again. And these are ordinary words. These are, foods and everyday things. And the children would really benefit from it. Yes, indeed, it's just 20 words, but 20 words a week, let's say 30 weeks a year, it works out to be 600 words for a year learned. And then, of course, the children learn from other sources as well. So you're consolidating the learning of these 600 words. And from P1, if we start 600 words at P1, at P6 graduation, it would be 3,600 words. Do you know? 3,600 words. If you want to read the Economic Journal or Ming Pao, the newspapers, it will be completely fine. I mean, they will have the vocabulary to understand the newspapers. So this is not just about Chinese teachers teaching this. The maths teacher, the PE teacher can repeat these words, this vocabulary. Other teachers can help consolidate the learning of this vocabulary. It doesn't make sense if you're just doing it on your own. You have to provide the context. So this is what you can do, should do, and if you're interested, let's work on it together. Let's work out the vocabulary together. And this is just a primary. I haven't talked about the secondary even. Let's say if you forget half the vocabulary, 50% attrition rate, and if secondary, you teach 3,600 words, if the student forgets half, it's still 3,600 words in Chinese. And I can tell you that's sufficient to read most books. And also for the books, for some very simple words and phrases, it's actually the bulk of the writing. So if you do not know these 3,600 words, it will really handicap you in reading the books. Now at Unison, we have online reading classes, and that is online learning of Chinese. We provide that. Give me a bit of time to go through the following. We have some very new studies telling us that the parks around us is very useful for the ethnic minorities. And we're talking about community, and so we have to talk about parks. So please, would the government put more resources into parks, because parks are really important and useful. Because the families go to the park, and when you go to the park, you meet with other people, you get to know other people, and this is social capital. Well, I know you, the chairman of the OC, I know the vice principal, I know the social worker here, so this is part of my social capital. Not everybody has this network of social capital, mind you. And actually, social capital and network allows the ethnic minorities to be successful. The chances of being successful would be higher. And this had been analyzed, and millions of messages had been analyzed. It is not what you know is important, it is who you know. So that's been shown. Who do we know? So even parks are important in extending that social capital or network. And further, we need leaders. Leaders who have plans and who are willing to roll up their sleeves and to work on the plans, implement those plans systematically. I've seen a TV drama, and I've copied down this line from it. Good leaders don't dream. Good leaders have plans. And I hope you're good leaders with good plans. Thank you. Thank you, John. Yes, I would want to thank the 4 speakers once again for their experience sharing. And they have also told us what they think are the most important emphasis. Now, we have time for some Q&A, but I just want to conclude by saying that the speakers had mentioned just now that Hong Kong is a place with very good legislation, but that is not sufficient. And we need promotion and we need implementation work. In education, in social work, in community, and in voluntary organizations, they have done their part, we have just heard. And also in school, family, and community cooperation, it is not just a slogan, it needs to be implemented. And this tripartite cooperation, this partnership, requires 2 things. 1, trust. Each will have to trust the other for there to be partnership. Secondly, this is not something that's very straightforward work. It's complicated. It has to do with cultural differences, etc. And we all understand that even without cultural differences, in working together, we need to show patience and also sustainability, perseverance. So do not be discouraged because of certain mishaps. And the Jockey Club had supported this for 5 years, and there'll be another 5 years, so that its impact will be extended from 20 kindergartens starting off to cover 1/3 of the kindergartens in Hong Kong now, and also to affect other kindergartens at the same time. So supervisors, principals, teachers, your work is very important. And just now we have said that a lot of the work has to come from top down to really influence the frontline workers. And if the decision makers feel that this is important work, then I am sure your team will be pitching in together. So this is a very important point to achieve success. Should I have an iPad for the Q&A session, please, to read off the questions? Well, this is a Q&A session, and Dr. Yok Chow will be reading from the iPad the questions. We have about 15 minutes. So let's cover some of the questions raised here. Carol asks, how do we treat the implementation and development of second language acquisition? Well, actually, the EDB should be answering that question. Whom from our guest speakers? Perhaps Reese? If I can just repeat the question. It's about the structural framework, the framework of second language learning, its implementation. How would you respond to that? Well, first of all, it's a very good tool, the framework. And obviously, a tool needs to be used for a period of time before you know what improvements necessary. And I would say that there are a few universities involved in the implementation of this framework, and the schools are using the framework, but I do see a gap. And that is, in Hong Kong, many of the teachers are not trained as curriculum developers, but as curriculum executioners. So we have to look at the teachers. We need more support for the teachers to create a critical mass so that the teachers will have the confidence to use the material and also to participate more in creating and planning. That's the first successful critical factor. Secondly, because we are implementing this framework, if you want to shorten the time, we're talking about ESG, right? And we have so many publishers here. Will there be an ESG mindset among them to integrate into it all so that there can be help or this kind of mindset injected into the, let's say, the textbooks, etc., so as to reduce that gap? Well, I've looked at the curriculum. If I were a teacher, I would say I'd have difficulty in executing the curriculum, in translating it into an effective lesson plan. Well, if I can be specific, perhaps we can be more specific, because as we know, kindergartens do not cover a lot of content in their curriculum. But if it extends to the primary and the secondary, it is difficult to quantify. I say translate it into practice from the curriculum. So that's difficult. Now, if we look at the teaching tools, we have a thought, and that is, as we all know, for each school, for each kindergarten, they each have their own curriculum and preparations and teaching materials, etc. But perhaps what we're lacking is a sharing platform. How come School A will have their own teaching tools, which is different from School B, School C, and they don't share? Or maybe they're all duplicating the same things. What I want to see is that if it's possible, if certain organizations can build a platform, whether for kindergarten or primary or secondary schools, for Chinese as a second language. Let's have some common teaching materials. I think this will benefit everybody, and at the end, the students benefit most.
As we mentioned by recent Carrie, if can have more flexible approaches, we'll be able to cater to the needs of every single student. As we can see, different families may belong to different quadrants of the matrix. In EM families, they still have their own background, and different experience. Perhaps the mother just came to Hong Kong. She doesn't understand the city very much. For those who have spent some time in Hong Kong, they have stronger social network. So the children will be growing in different environments. And then we have a question from Ms. Choi. Non-Chinese speaking students have less support in their own homes. Most of them don't speak Chinese. How can we help those parents? Carrie? We can share some experience. We've seen many parents who do not know Chinese or English. They don't have the resources. They feel like they can't teach their students Chinese. If you give them tools, they can actually help. For example, have you tried Google Translate? You can just take a photograph. The text can be translated instantly. So you can take a photograph of the Chinese textbook. Things can be translated into English, and then they will know what the students are learning. That is one way. Another way is that we can enhance the sense of capability. We can use the games, and the parent can be the host. They can invite their siblings to participate. Some of them may know some Chinese, and then they will repeat certain Chinese terms. The parents can be the hosts and facilitator. They can participate fully in the process. So very often we have to identify useful tools and abilities. They may have textbooks in their own language. We can also use them to learn Chinese, because students need to understand the meaning behind Chinese words. So if they understand an object in Chinese and English by using Google Translate, they will be able to learn to read and write the Chinese words. There are so many methods we have to co-create. Just some basic experience sharing. This is what I think parents of ethnic minorities have to be more open-minded. This is about the importance of social inclusion. If you want your children to be part of the community, you have to let them go and try things out. The same applies to schools. If you want to promote inclusion, and you make more effort on this front, then students can learn better. Social inclusion requires parents to be proactive. You can't always think about protecting your children. I also want to do some sharing of my experience very quickly. I participated in the district office in Yau-lin. In evening time, some EM students would go to the local playground to do some warming up. They would do some laps. We can have more of such activities so that parents, they can participate. It could be sports events or cultural shows, so that you can understand each other better. So another question, other than EM parents, shouldn't we focus also on the majority of the parents, meaning local parents, to do such promotion work? It is very important in terms of equal opportunities, because sometimes we forget that EM population and their focus. If the majority of the community do not work hard towards the same goal, totally agree. When we promote equal opportunities for EM individuals, we should not forget about the mainstream, the locally groomed people. We need to offer more channels. For example, what are the important festive seasons or events for EM families? Perhaps we can involve such families and parents. That is how we achieve true inclusion. Diversity is like the ticket, admission ticket to a party. Inclusion is about your participation at the party. And that should involve the entire community. I agree. I belong to some sort of ethnic minority background. If I attend a party, but I don't try to blend in, I will still be isolated as an EM. We have to take initiatives as well. My Chinese is so good because at McPherson Playground, I learned my Chinese there, interacting with other footballers. My Cantonese, because of so much listening and talking on a daily basis, is quite good. It has to go both ways. And get used to it. Don't be shocked by the fact that I can speak Chinese. How do we promote diverse cultural education in schools? How to celebrate the differences? We should celebrate the differences inside the schools. How do we drive students to feel that they can be buddies with EM students? They can hang out and have meals together. So we have to treat every single person as treasure. We have to create positive image and positive thinking. Otherwise, there will be many social problems. Because time is running out, we need to wrap up soon. Can I invite all four of you to summarize? In the next 5 years, what should the project do? Diversity and inclusion are attitudes. Teaching EM's Chinese is something practical. We need the right attitude. In the next 5 years, we need to rely on this project to improve the attitude of the local community towards EM families so that we can take the first step towards true inclusion. A lot of promotion then and publicity work. Carrie? I think learning languages, learning Chinese is a way of communication. The most important thing is to create this diverse and inclusive environment. People may think that local parents are not relevant, but when we talk about true inclusion, everyone is relevant because they can collaborate to achieve true inclusion in the future? John? True acceptance comes from frequent, direct, positive contact. Frequent. Do it more often. Direct. Be straightforward. Be positive. If you want EMs to be included, they have to appear in our community. So in the future, they have to be blending in. I hope the project can continue to achieve synergy. Thank you. I also have some personal feelings. I have watched the project grow in the past 5 years. I can see its development and outcome. I'm happy about the outcome. I hope that we will continue to work in this direction in the next 5 years. We may not be able to influence the entire society, but we can make a difference. We have policy support from the government and legal support. So we should spare no effort. I'm thankful that I got to know many EM people when I was little. We very often gather and have meals. So I'm quite concerned about my own children's education, and I would approach more diverse schools. My 2 daughters are now grown up. The older one got married. One of the best mates is from India. The younger one will attend a wedding in India. It's her good friend's wedding. So they have international friends. So we all go beyond the local community. And it is a world trend. With economic developments, it's hard to predict the future. Wherever our children will be, they need to broaden their horizon. They need languages, which is an important communication tool. In Hong Kong, if you live here and work here, of course, Chinese will be very important. So we need to embrace different types of culture. We should all speak fluent Chinese so that in terms of work and daily living, we will have better developments. So hopefully this event will drive you to think more what you can do in your position. Thank you again for your attendance and sharing. We have amazing sharings in the afternoon as well. You can obtain all the slides by going to our website and download the information. Many people have poured their hearts out for this project. Thank you again to the Charities Trust and great support from our team. Thank you, Dr. Chow. Thank you, our four speakers. Let's take a group photo together. Perhaps we can all stand up. Thank you for the amazing sharing. I think we're all very much inspired. We just had a very fulfilling discussion session, and we have other activities happening in the afternoon. Let's give everyone a big round of applause. You all arrived very early. Perhaps you're getting hungry. This is our lunch time. When we return at 2 o'clock, we'll have thematic discussions and Q&A sessions. Similarly, scan the QR code on the screen or on the back of your badge, and you can enter your questions online. We have free Wi-Fi for all of you. We will see you at
Hello， 各位嘉賓，歡迎。
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We will have the second session of the conference, and this is C for Chinese, the JC conference. In the afternoon, we will have a speech as well as 2 discussion sessions, and we will have Q&A for the sessions as well as a break time. And we will have special guests to speak with us at the close of the conference, and we will close the conference at about 5:30 p.m. today. And for this particular session, we will be talking about equity in education. How do we enhance a students' achievements, and also the cultural responses teaching. And in particular, we will have Professor Anne E. Lopez from the University of Toronto to talk to us. And she is a professor in education, leadership and development and policy. And Dr. Anne Lopez will be talking to us about cultural responses teaching and how it is to enhance the students' achievements and learning outcomes. And we have 2 other respondents, and they will be talking about the Hong Kong situation. First of all, from the University of Hong Kong, Teachers Education, lecturer Professor Choi. And we also have from the Hong Kong Education University, Kindergarten and Nursery Education, Associate Professor, Professor To Chan Sing Poi. And we're very happy to have them here at this session. And if you're interested, you can scan the QR code at the back on the screen. You can click onto this particular web page, and you can input your questions. So do raise your questions for those who are participating online or those who are on site. Next, we will have this particular session. And we will have Professor Anne E. Lopez.
Looking at what is culturally responsive education. Even though culturally responsive education, or as some folks might call it, culturally responsive pedagogy, some have said culturally responsive pedagogy, really it's worthwhile to refresh our memories as to what it is. And so the two main scholars who developed this approach are Geneva Gay, who talked about culturally responsive education, and Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings, who talked about culturally relevant education or culturally relevant pedagogy. Both words are used interchangeably and really form what we call culturally responsive education. Dr. Geneva Gay, in her work in 2000, defines culturally responsive pedagogy as both a personal and a professional development process. And that is very important as we think about how we might use culturally responsive education in our day-to-day work with students. There's a personal level and there's a professional level. And so she looks at this as a way of that involves advocacy for teaching to and through cultural diversity to improve the achievement of ethnically diverse students. And as we know, students are becoming more diverse ethnically across the globe. Students in our schools are coming from many, many spaces and places due to global shifts, due to demographic transformation. Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings, on the other hand, and actually before Dr. Gay, in her research, describes culturally relevant pedagogy as an approach that empowers students both intellectually, socially, emotionally, and politically by using their cultural reference to impart knowledge, skills, and attitudes. So this is more like a holistic approach. Culturally responsive education is really a holistic approach to teaching and learning that takes into account all of the different aspects and knowledge that students bring into the classroom. So that is what it is. And before we can go ahead as educators and use culturally responsive education or implement it in practice, it's really important for us to know what it is. And as I've said before, it requires a personal commitment and it requires professional development. And so, culturally responsive educators attend to the academic excellence of students. It is about students achieving academic excellence. That is very, very important. But while doing so, we maintain their cultural identity and their heritage. And the question then for educators is, how do they do that? For a long time, when we talked about culturally responsive education, some thought it was just about making students feel good. But the academic excellence and the academic component of culturally responsive education is very, very important. And doing that while we draw on students' cultural identity and heritage. And of course, even in spaces where there are no demographic shifts or migration to an area, we also have diversity that must be acknowledged in schools as well. Culturally responsive education also focuses on the strengths of students and the knowledge they bring to the classroom. It focuses on, what they can do, what experiences they bring, and it is very important, therefore, not to see students in a deficit approach, not to see their culture as sort of something that's holding them back, but something to be used as we plan lessons, as we engage in the pedagogy, whether it's math or history or English or geography or foreign languages, whatever it is. Culturally responsive education is about drawing on the strengths of students and, of course, having high expectations of all students, and making sure that learning in those classrooms are relevant to students, to all of the students. And so it's so very important as we talk about equity that we see culturally responsive teaching as a way of achieving equity. And as we examine and explore culturally responsive pedagogy or culturally responsive education, it's important to understand the three tenets I've said before. So I'm going to take a little bit of a time to review those and to go over those. And as you have seen, as I've started this presentation, that academic excellence is really an important aspect of culturally responsive pedagogy or culturally responsive teaching and education. Critical consciousness is also very important. Some might say this is sort of a social consciousness. And of course, there is cultural competence. And I'm going to go through these three areas now to sort of expand what these pillars and tenets are all about. So let me start with academic excellence. And what we mean by that when we talk about culturally responsive education, we mean that students must experience academic success and intellectual growth by engaging in activities that require them to pose and solve higher order problems. And let me connect this directly to teaching. Some of us might have heard of Bloom's taxonomy, or really how we engage students in thinking at a higher level, in engaging in teaching and learning by asking questions that creates a space for students to think critically, to make inferences, to draw conclusions out of things that they read, to really support students in broadening their understanding. And that is what we mean by that solving higher order problems. It's not just a what question, but it's ensuring that we ask those how questions that students really will be pushed to a level of thinking where they're analyzing and they're synthesizing their teaching and their understanding, teaching and learning, and their understanding of the materials that are being taught. And of course, I do not have time to go through some examples of what that might look like, but that is something we could do at another time. But that is very important. So when we talk about culturally responsive education, it's not just about culture. It is about this holistic approach to students that ensures that they have academic success while we are drawing on their culture and heritage. Critical consciousness is another tenet of or pillar of culturally responsive education. And here, Gloria Ladson-Billings and Geneva Gay are suggesting that students develop the socio-political and critical consciousness that allows them to critique cultural norms and values and institutions that produce and maintain social inequities. So let me give an example of this. Right now, we're seeing issues with climate, for example. You know, it does not matter where we are in the world. People across the globe are seeing changes in climate and how this is affecting the lives of many, many people in communities being washed away by floods and it's tornadoes when it's not supposed to be the season for that. And so what culturally responsive education is suggesting is that we should engage students when we're teaching in learning to think about these issues that are happening in society and to be aware of them and to be able to discuss them and to really engage students in looking at these issues that are happening in society and provide students with a way of assessing, of analyzing, of seeing different perspectives and be able to engage in that conversation. And the last pillar or tenet of culturally responsive education is cultural competence. And so what are we asking teachers to do? We're asking teachers to develop and to use cultural competence as a vehicle for learning, and so that students can see themselves in what is being taught and how it's being taught. And of course, that teachers see students and their cultural identities as strengths. And so let me give another example, because as a professor, I was a former class.
咁我俾多個例子你哋啦。我相信呢，其實呢啲嘅對話係非常之重要㗎。我哋要提供一啲嘅例子。
The theory. That's what praxis is all about. It's how do we translate theory into action? And so to give an example of the cultural competence aspect of culturally responsive education and teaching, it's students might be in a classroom with different backgrounds. Let's, they will have different languages, for example. And how do we as teachers create space for students to use their first language and not to feel bad about not being able to speak, for example, English so well, and they might not want to participate at all because they see their first language not as a strength. That is very important. As you can well imagine, I'm originally from Jamaica. I'm a Jamaican Canadian, have been living in Canada for a very, very long time, but I do have an accent. And so as you can see, I am speaking slowly and deliberately so that everyone whose first language might not be English can also participate, and that we can be together in this way of understanding. That is very important for culture. So that's an example of cultural competence. And there are many aspects of identity that students bring into a classroom that we're suggesting that teachers focus on and draw on those in their teaching as strengths, as assets when engaging with students. So that's the first part of my presentation about what culturally responsive education is all about and the different aspects of that.
Hầu, cảm ơn.
All right, thank you, Professor Lopez, for your introduction about culturally responsive education. She mentioned some fundamental ideas. For example, fairness, equality of education. Doesn't matter what background you have in your school, you should be able to receive quality education. This is one fundamental direction for culturally responsive education. I also want to add one point. That culturally responsive education is not the same as diverse education. The latter means that in the classroom, we introduce different countries, different cultures, and different life experience to our students, so as to drive mutual admiration and respect. But culturally responsive education is one pedagogy. When we are facing students from different ethnic background, as the professor has mentioned, it should help us design our curriculum so as to enhance the level of learning. Professor Lopez stresses different principles, one of which is high expectation for our students, which is very important. As we all know, expectation is key. If we have low expectation, we will teach them less, we'll teach something easy and simple. But when it is reasonably high, we'll help them enhance learning capability gradually. So having reasonably high expectation is the first important principle for culturally responsive education. I strongly agree with that. Expectation leads our actions. She also focuses a lot on experience. We need to understand the knowledge already with the students. We have to teach our students according to knowledge that they already possess. EM students may bring different experience. Our understanding towards them is at a lower level. So Professor stresses the importance of communication with these students and their parents so that we understand better their life experience, and then we can design our teaching methods. So that is the fundamental of culturally driven education. Dr. Chen is also here, who is an expert in early childhood education. Do you have any response to that? I, just like you, feel very much inspired by Professor Lopez. She has offered a lot of explanation about the pedagogy, just like many other students and headmasters. I believe that we are thinking about kindergartens in our classrooms. How can we apply these theories to help the students? As we all know, in kindergartens, we very often use different themes to organize our teaching curriculum and activities. So under different themes, how can we incorporate diverse cultures? I think we need to come from different angles, and there are many different ways, unlimited number of ways. Just consider the student's background. Find the connection. And then you can find the right way. What games do they like to play? What learning activities are they into? You should know best at the very front line. You're already the experts. In a moment, I'm looking forward to further interactions. After Professor Lopez's presentation, we'll have some time for further discussion. So let's continue to think about it. Dr. Chen said that there are many ways, so there are some examples from Professor Lopez as well.
Now I'm going to be turning to talking about equity, because whenever we talk about culturally responsive education, we're talking about equity. So as educators, what are some of the big questions that we might want to ask about equity? I am going to share some of the big questions that I have been asked about equity. I have been in education 28 years, going now on to 30 years. I was a former classroom teacher. So I have used much of what I'm sharing with you today in my own practice and have really engaged in that teasing out and thinking through some of this. So, what is equity? How is equity different from equality? How does culturally responsive education helps us to achieve equity? These are some of the big questions that I am consistently asked. Doesn't matter whether I'm presenting to folks in China or I'm presenting to in folks in Hong Kong or I'm presenting to folks in Morocco or I'm presenting to folks in Seoul or the United States or here in Canada or in Ghana or Kenya and different parts of the world, people are having the same kind of conversations around schooling and education and wanting to do better by all students. All educators have the same goal. And so these questions are consistent in those conversations. So, what is equity? Equity is about providing each and every student with the conditions that support their academic achievement and well-being. And that is very important. And so when we say providing each and every student with the conditions, that might mean that depending on the classroom, some students might need something a little different. Let me give an example. Some students might need some more time. Some students might need some more supports. Some students might need some more resources. That is what we mean by ensuring that they have the conditions that they can achieve and their well-being taken care of. Equity is also about putting resources in place to correct historical barriers. And so we know in every society, doesn't matter where we are, there are students who come from low resourced communities. And so those communities might have experienced low resources because of historical factors. And so those factors must be taken into account. And so culturally responsive educators, by attending to and supporting students to achieve academic excellence, drawing on students' cultural identity and heritage, and supporting students to be socially and critically conscious are helping to achieve equity. And so, these are conversations that teachers must have. And I hope after this presentation, we'll have to ask some questions and to say, what am I doing? What can I change in how I'm teaching? What can I change in my pedagogy? What else is there for me to learn as I understand and work towards ensuring there is greater equity in the classroom and really use culturally responsive education as a vehicle to do that. And so now I'm going to be shifting to talking a little bit about how then do we move from theory to practice? How do we move from understanding what culturally responsive education is about? How do we move to making that happen in practice and really, hopefully, will support the work that the C for Chinese project team is doing and aiming to do as they engage with educators. And so that is very important. We understand what it is, and then we begin to think about how do we make this happen in practice. So I'm now going to be sharing some ideas. And these are real practical ideas that I'm hopeful that educators will take up and use in their everyday practice. And so the first one is to understand the tenets of culturally responsive education and culturally responsive pedagogy. And as I've said, these can be used interchangeably. I've talked a little bit at the start of my presentation about the tenets, what they are, but it's going to require educators and those who are listening in to my presentation to do some more reading, to gather some more resources, and hopefully the C for Chinese project team will have some resources for you to support all of this, so you can do some more reading and understanding and read some more articles as educators. It's also very important to have a plan of action. You cannot just walk in and start doing culturally responsive education work without having a plan. Have to think about your context, have to think about the school, the location, who your students are, have to think about the families, the community, the resources that are available, the professional development, the training. All of that is very important before educators engage in taking up the culturally responsive education. I have developed what I call an intentional curriculum, culturally responsive pedagogy curriculum planning guide. I'm not sharing that today. I can always share it at another time. It's a real planning guide that teachers use. It was developed through my research and my work over the last 28 years that I've really put all of that now into practice, something that can go into the hands of teachers and educators to use as they're implementing and embedding, ensuring that culturally responsive education is part of what they're doing every day and not something that they're doing only sometimes. Because if it's only done sometimes, it will not have the required impact. And it is important to build relationships with students. Have to get to know students. It's not a one size fits all. Different students will have different needs for their teaching and learning. They will be at a different level. So it's very important for educators and teachers to build relationship with students. And I should add here, build relationships with students and their families. We cannot leave the families out of this conversation. It is very, very important. And I know as this project moves on, I'm quite sure that families will be involved as well. Also, it's very important in embedding culturally responsive education that educators engage in ongoing learning, unlearning, and relearning. And what do I mean by that? I mean by that it's exactly what we're doing now. Those of you who are listening are engaging in the learning aspect. That is saying, acknowledging, what do I know? What it is that I don't know about my students? What more do I have to learn about my students and their families? So there's this ongoing learning, reading more, engaging with research, finding where the evidence is. As I've said before, I've been in education a long time. There's so many things that over time through research that we have learned, and we've done away with some of the old practices and ways of going about education. For example, assessment. We know now through research that when we're assessing students, they need to have different ways different experiences to show and demonstrate what they know about a particular subject or about a particular issue. We now know that it does not have to be an exam only. Students can do that by having a portfolio. They can create a story. They can have a dialogue with the teacher. So that's a perfect example of ongoing learning. So we have ongoing learning about assessment. We are now having ongoing learning about the impact of the pandemic on students' mental health and well-being. So that's an example, an area of ongoing learning that we're living through as educators right as I'm speaking. We're learning more about virtual learning. We're spending so much time in front of our computers these days. Students are spending so much more time. So now we're doing research about the impact of that on students. And so culturally responsive pedagogy and education is not static. It's not something that we understand once and that's it. It's so important that we continue to learn. And when we learn, we must unlearn some of the things that we know that do not work. And then we have to relearn new approaches. And so now we're relearning new approaches to how to engage students in a virtual online setting. What does that mean? What does that look like? How do we discipline students when they are online? What do we do about students who are not engaging? How do we talk about culturally responsive work while we're online? And so culturally responsive education also is about ongoing learning, unlearning, and relearning. And before I move on, let me give another example. What do we know about cultures? Maybe there were stereotypes that we've sort of used all along, and now we know we have to get rid of those stereotypes that we might have carried into teaching and learning about certain students, their families, their communities, and so on. And so I have for you, and this is not mine, the link there, I've given the source, that's from Valencia Gonzalez, and I've put the link in that you can go to. But when we talk about building relationships with students, as we engage in culturally responsive education, they bring their experiences from home with them, whether it is their first language, their traditions, their culture, their life experiences, their beliefs, their background knowledge, we call funds of knowledge, that Mole and Amanti and some scholars theorized and brought to us, how we draw on those funds of knowledge. But I share this because it is through these various identities and aspects that students bring into the classrooms that we're going to get to learn more about them. That's how we're going to get to understand students better. And that's how we as teachers and educators are going to build better relationships with students. And so as I wrap up, I'm coming back to this idea of learning, unlearning, and relearning. As we talk about culturally responsive education and ways that we can begin to include some of that in our everyday teaching and learning. And so to wrap up, I want to say thank you.
That is so inspiring. Of course, we will continue to think. Professor Lopez keeps reminding us to unlearn and let go of certain things and relearn. So she keeps talking about relearning. So when we are thinking about relearning, Professor Lopez started talking about equality and equity. Are you thinking about equity when you are doing your relearning? And how does equity differ from equality? Let's think about our students. For non-Chinese speaking students, if they can enjoy equal opportunities to be enrolled in kindergartens, they enter our classrooms, they have their seats, that is very equal for everyone. And then they sit in the same classroom. But does it mean that they are learning the same amount as other Chinese-speaking students if they don't understand what is being said because they can't speak Cantonese? Are we providing this equal environment to them? When we go further, I wonder if you feel inspired by Professor Lopez, just like I have. If non-Chinese speaking students are learning in this equal environment, we have to consider them as individuals for their prospect and welfare in every single classroom. We have to consider the overall well-being and success of every single student. So what do non-Chinese speaking students need if they are sitting there but they don't understand what is being said? When we think about equity, what needs to be provided to them? Perhaps resources, time, support. Indeed, for our friends online or present here, we are all thinking about additional help to non-Chinese speaking students so that they can learn in equity. If you think about kindergarten curriculum and pedagogies and assessment, as mentioned by the professor, a lot of adjustments will need to be made. We will need to develop new things so as to truly support them. Of course, in terms of time and resources, on a different level, we are already doing that. You have taken time to learn, make exchanges, right? So that is on the social level. The Charities Trust has invested public money into organizing this conference so that different experts can gather to make exchanges. But after today, we need you to bring these things into the classrooms. And when that happens, what can we do? So in a moment, I hope to hear from all of you. Yes, I have received many questions. We may not be able to respond to all of them. We all believe that cultural responsiveness is a trend. So locally speaking, where do we start? Dr. Chen? Well, as I said just now, there are different levels. Curriculum planning is one of them. If you are using different themes to organize the curriculum under different themes, the content And the focus should be on cultural exchange. Another thing, concerning this framework of C for Chinese, involving school, home, and community. When you do your curriculum planning, you can connect that to the concept of school, home, and community. All along, we have been focusing on the schools and participation from the families. What about the community? We don't talk about it as much. So in terms of curriculum development, we can see many outstanding examples I have learned from you. When you plan your curriculum, you are supposed to be thinking about the community. We need to allow students to learn in reality, in real scenarios, on site. Can we also allow parents to participate? Can we go to the park? Can we go to the supermarket? It's a grand environment with different offerings. It takes a lot of time to cover all the aisles in a big supermarket. So you can choose different themes and choose different zones of the premises to carry out your learning activities. I have another question here. In terms of Chinese teaching, if we use a second language theory, isn't that more focused compared to culturally responsive way of teaching? In kindergartens, very often we use the same pedagogy for mother tongue, for non-Chinese speaking students. But we now focus on second language learning because the teaching theories, together with cultural responsiveness, it will be better. So there are 3 phases involved. We will supplement second language teaching. When it comes to cultural responsiveness, it depends on the experience brought into the school by non-Chinese speaking students. So under this project, cultural responsiveness, which level is more relevant? Curriculum, pedagogy, community, and very often we would think that people need to know about this. But is it truly needed? If we understand the real needs and then provide community level support, then we are really being culturally responsive. Dr. Chen, perhaps you can take the last question here. Inside kindergartens, if we want to do cultural responsive teaching, do we need to adjust the curriculum? Of course, yes. When you use various theories, you have to think about the environment, the conditions, the characteristics, which may be very different. So yes, adjustments are needed. And I believe all educators have real life experience that you can share in relation to making adjustments. Culturally responsive teaching and also Chinese learning both need to go through adjustments. For example, from the last question, which is very meaningful, perhaps we can discuss them both. Inside kindergartens, we have a thematic way of arranging our curriculum. But when it comes to different learning areas, there are differences. Chinese learning is one area, and it's very obvious that local students having it as their mother tongue, they have clear advantages. Non-Chinese speaking students are learning a second language. Then of course, we need to apply second language learning theories. In other words, when non-Chinese speaking students learn Chinese inside kindergartens, they have this advantage. Sometimes they can learn right next to the local students. So there is this acquisition advantage. Sometimes they are divided into small groups so that they can apply second language theories to support them. So we are applying learning theories. So whether it is under thematic pedagogy or when they are learning Chinese, they need to go through certain adjustments. All right, but maybe we can answer this question according to Professor Lopez's sharing. We need to respect the mother tongue of EM students. Inside the school environment, how can we respect different mother tongues? Do you have any real examples? Kindergarten students can learn Urdu from Pakistan, how to say good morning, how to greet other people, or how to say goodbye, or how to name certain food items. We can also learn about the henna, which is culturally specific. Students and teachers can learn at the same time. That is a very good example. So if there are leaders from different schools, we have colleagues from Hong Kong U, the MTA team, you can rely on their support to better understand the background of EM students so that you can do a better job with curriculum design. When the team communicates with EM students, it's a first step towards creating a conducive environment. So if you have the resources, engage MTA teaching assistants. It's not just about translation or admin issue. There are professionals to help us understand better the background and habits of non-Chinese speaking students. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hui, Dr. Chen, and of course, Professor Lopez for her sharing as well. Let's have a group photo. Please stand up. Our photographer will take a photo of the two of you. I guess you now better understand the roles played by teachers in being culturally responsive. And from different experience, different groups of students, we need to promote a sense of mutual learning and mutual respect. Thank you. We are going to have a 5-minute break. In a moment, please come back at 3:05.
Hello, welcome back. We have a very tight schedule today. And just to let you know that we are starting right now, and would you please turn your mobile phones to silent mode? or switch it off. So again, we would want to welcome the next session's guests. And next, we will be talking about the Chinese learning experience of ethnic minority children. And we have educators as well as social workers to share with us concerning some of the limitations and difficulties of these children learning Chinese. And for the young children of ethnic minority, how can we have the Chinese learning experience be enhanced? And if you want to ask questions at the Q&A session, would you scan the QR code at the back of this screen or on your own screen? Online, at the Q&A section, you can actually just input your questions directly so that we will be able to address your questions at the Q&A session later on. And we're very happy to have Professor Chen Shui-duan, Professor of Research, Department of Chinese and Bilingualism at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. And that will be joined by the Principal, Ms. Mai Miao-ling of Chen Kwantong University of the South Asian Army. And we have the Principal, Ms. Leung of the Nanchang Kindergarten of Christian Hong Kong Lutheran Church. And we also have Ms. Choi, Program Director of the Madame McLeod Center. And we also have Ms. Mohammed, who is a multicultural teaching assistant. Thank you. Right. For this particular session, we will be talking about, in the school setting, in the community setting, what are the experience and some of the limitations and difficulties met by the ethnic minority students in learning Chinese. So very quickly, going into the topic. As a Chinese teacher, educator, first of all, I would want to approach it from a language instruction point of view. In teaching NCS students or ethnic minority students, teaching them Chinese, it is a second language to them, or perhaps even a third or fourth language. But basically, we just generally call it second language instruction. So we have to look at the differences between second language instruction and mother tongue instruction. For mother tongue learning, there are a lot of characteristics. For instance, the child at birth would be learning the mother tongue, and he or she is surrounded by the mother tongue. Everybody around him or her would be speaking in that language, and he or she will be building his or her own experience based on that language. For instance, the mother at home will not have a book to teach from. She will not say, today we'll be learning adjectives. No. So it will be learning as she comes into contact with things. So that kind of learning is very painless. It's all surrounding. But second language learning is very often taking place in the school. When one enters a school, the person, learner, must be at least, say, 3 years old to be inside the school at all. And reading, writing, listening, etc. will be conducted at the same time. Perhaps reading and writing later for kindergarten students. But let's say where the student comes in only at the primary lower or higher level, and only then does the student come into contact with a second language, then it becomes very difficult. And some people would even say that it presents a disturbance to the mother tongue acquisition. We'll not go into the details of that, but on the other hand, we will satisfy ourselves in saying that the mother tongue would interfere with second language acquisition. And it will be a very strange environment, in a sense, for second language acquisition. And also physiologically, when we are at birth, our brain is still developing at a very high speed, and it is easy for us to absorb languages. And if the mother tongue habit is already formed, if you want to acquire another set of vocabulary, pronunciation, grammar, it is much more difficult. So even though the NCS are learning Chinese at the kindergarten level, but it is still more difficult. Let's say there are 10 hours for the child in learning the mother tongue. At 3 years old, the child would have accumulated over 10,000 hours of mother tongue acquisition, but 0 for second language. So, of course, ideally, we want the two languages to be learned at the same time, but realistically, there are this difference. So that being the case, the mother tongue and the second language in its teaching will have to be different, slightly different. So for some mother tongue students, they already have that language, they already have that feeling, so we can teach them at high speed. Perhaps the students do not understand why, but they are already using the language that way. But for the NCS students, they do not know. You have to teach them, and they will have to learn by rote sometimes. So this is something we have to deal with, a problem that we have to deal with in our teaching. So that is a difference between mother tongue and second language. So teaching Chinese will have to start as early as possible in the kindergarten, with more immersion and with more cooperation between the home and the community. We hope that the child will be able to chase up faster. And also, they are very small children, so the motivation for learning would be easier. The later it is, the more difficult it is to acquire the second language, and that is why we would want to start the learning of Chinese as early as possible. Why is Chinese so difficult? Actually, Chinese as a language is very different from the mother tongue of the ethnic minority. We are, or Chinese, is a tonal language. The same character with a different tone would mean different things. Ma and ma would be completely different in meaning. So for the child, student, it's difficult. And also there are other characteristics about Chinese. I'll not go into the details here because of time, but grammar, for instance, is different. For English, past tense, you just add ed to it, etc. That's obvious, but not for Chinese. For example, go is go in past tense and present continuous tense. So how do we detect grammar? It depends on how the words are actually sequenced. So that's very different from the mother tongue. And for example, we have different articles for different objects. A blade of knife, a blade of grass, or a piece of something, which is very different from the ethnic minorities' language again, and these present difficulties in the acquisition. And in teaching Chinese, we often say, let's put in some Chinese culture in it as well. And that presents another layer of difficulty for these students. Now, this is from the primary school, not from a kindergarten. And you can see where the errors are. And you can see that the mistakes in the written text of the students are very different from the native Chinese speakers' mistakes. And this is because this is like a picture to them. It's like drawing a picture for the students. But we know that for Chinese characters there is a radical, etc. And if the teacher doesn't teach this in an orderly manner, and how phrases are actually formed through stringing up characters, and phrases actually string up to be sentences. If the teachers do not do this systematically, it's going to be very difficult for the NCS students. And without support, these are some of the errors or mistakes that they will make. And you can see this article here, this writing here. This is a P1 first term work. And actually it's a piece of article. It's very straightforward. The sun comes up in the morning, I go to school and I say, and I greet the teacher, etc. This looks so straightforward, so simple. But actually, it is very difficult for the NCS students. Now, there's a lot of vocabulary, a lot of strange, unfamiliar vocabulary for these students. And then there are these go go yan yan. They are duplicated. Go go is very high. Yan yan is about a multiplicity of people. So they're different again, even though the same characters being repeated, but in fact there's a lot of content and differences among them. Of course, you can ask them to learn it by rote, but they would not understand it. So they will have to just commit it to memory by brute force. So teaching Chinese is actually really very difficult. And so in providing the text in stories, we would, of course, emphasize not the grammar, but rather for the Chinese language grammar, we put them into a certain order. Let's say this kind of phrases would have this kind of rhythm and order to it, and this kind of sentences will have that kind of order to it. And hopefully through storybooks, we would want to provide a system. And that is, we would choose very everyday phrases and simple, foundational, and representative phrases in our story, and also to nurture a sense of, let's say, familiarity with the Chinese characters such as radicals. Now, some of the teachers do not agree to this. Some of the kindergarten teachers think that this is too difficult to learn radicals for such young children. But despite this, we have found that the children can handle this. They can handle radicals, for instance. And also through workshops, parents' workshops, and the community workshops, they can provide support to the children. And if Chinese learning can be tied in with the everyday life and the community life, that will be even more effective. And on this first stage of foundation, we consolidate their Chinese capability, because after all, in the kindergarten, it's just 3 hours of instruction, and they have 6 areas of learning and a lot of things that the school will have to do at the kindergarten level. So there's not a lot of time dedicated to Chinese learning. So we have to extend the Chinese learning experience to accumulate more learning opportunities. So in the second stage learning, Stage 2 learning, we have come up with a series of storybooks. And the phrases and characters in this series of storybooks are most popular or highest instance phrases. And hopefully through these stories, they would understand, oh, the phrases go like this and the sentences go like that, rather than to give them the theory, but rather to give them a lot of storybooks so as to consolidate their foundation for the language. And we will also develop some software for learning Chinese. Actually, in the first phase of this program, we have already done so, and they're uploaded onto the website. Those who are interested, perhaps later on, we can provide you with a link, and you can download them. And in the second phase of this program, we will continue with our efforts on Chinese characters and on radicals learning and also language acquisition, and also deliver those through games. And these are also downloadable by the educators, so that the ethnic minorities can have some support in their Chinese learning. That's it from me. Next, we will have Principal Miss Mack. Good afternoon, everyone. Online and physically present educators. I am from the South Asian Army Chang Kwun Tong Kindergarten. I'll be talking about three areas. First of all, the background of our school and our NCS students' admission situation. And then I will be talking about, as we admit more and more NCS students, what would be some of the support for them. And also, given our present stage of support, perhaps I do see certain lacks, certain insufficiencies. And having participated in this C4 Chinese learning program, what are some of the things that I got and what are some of the expectations? First of all, about the school. Chang Kwun Tong Kindergarten. We are in Yamate. Perhaps you would know that Yamate is a concentration of non-Chinese families. A lot of such families live there. About 5 to 6 years ago, our school started admitting non-Chinese students. And during that process, in providing support to them, we've done pretty well, I would say. So in their community, they have spread the word, and as a result, more and more such NCS students applied to our school.
And our peers would know that in recent years, it's quite difficult to enroll students. So for non-Chinese speaking ones, become a new stream. With all these factors, our school, on an annual basis, we see a rising trend for enrollment of non-Chinese speaking students. So among those we accepted, people may ask, how many are we really talking about? In the chart, you can see that in my school, there are about 140 students. 65% are local ones, and 35% are non-Chinese speaking students. And for the latter, about 70% of them are from Nepalese families. The rest may be from Pakistan, Vietnam, so on and so forth. Inside our school, generally speaking, they can use English to communicate without any problems. How do we support these students and their parents? In terms of student support, we have non-Chinese coordinating teacher who will conduct observation inside classes to see what is happening to non-Chinese speaking students when they learn Chinese, when there are certain activities, are they following what is happening? And then there will be revision in small groups. The class teacher, if we're talking about K1 students, would use more English to explain. Because if they use Chinese only, the students will be very lost. So with more reminders and body language from the teacher, they begin to understand what is being taught. When they reach K2, K3, when it comes to daily exchanges or instruction taking, they would do quite well. On top of that, there are funding supports from the government, and we can engage external services. For example, Chinese interest classes for non-Chinese speaking students, they can learn there. As for the parents, as I said, most families can communicate in English. So inside the school, when we issue notices or children's development programs, they will become bilingual, or at PTA meetings or workshops, we will have English and Chinese sessions so that students would know what is happening. We will know how they can work with us when they are at home. They can also collaborate with social workers and organize some group activities. We can make exchanges with the parents and then pass on some information to them. For example, we recently had activities about effective instructions. So it may seem like a lot is already being done, but there is room for improvement. On Chinese-speaking students being enrolled shows a rising trend. Can we just rely on this coordinating teacher? And what about inside the classrooms? How can the class teacher, in a systematic way, promote Chinese learning? And what about parents when we communicate with them? Very often, they would ask how they can support Chinese learning at home. These are real needs. And we can see insufficiencies under the current support model. So we participated in C4 Chinese so that we can strengthen teaching skills among our teachers and enhance support to our parents. There are some expectations. Before we joined, we were listening to the details of the scheme. We understand that there are multi-tiered stories. How the teacher can systematically teach the students to input Chinese characters. First build up their vocab and then learn about phrases. Even if it's the same story, based on their Chinese proficiency, there are different levels. This is important to all the students. Under the scheme, the officer will prep the lessons with our teachers, and they also provide teaching guide, teaching tools, making it easier for the teachers when they are prepping the lessons. There are also evaluation tools. Through the use of such tools, we understand how the students are doing. As for the parents, I can see that after participating in the scheme, there will be classes for teachers so that they understand better how to support the students or children at home. How can we use community-based resources to facilitate the learning? So through the scheme, we can really enhance everyone's capability. This is the final slide. Through collaboration among the home, the school, and the community. We hope to enhance overall learning capability. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm from this school. I am Leung Wai-Kwan. I want to talk about the situation in our school. We are located in Sham Shui Po area. We've been there for about 30 odd years. We have 90 students. We have whole day schooling, half day sessions. In every session, we have non-Chinese speaking students. About 70% of our students are local ones speaking Chinese, and also immigrants from mainland China, and 30% mainly from Pakistan. So many of our students can't speak Chinese, and their parents can't speak it either. We have participated in C4 Chinese scheme for about 5 years. Difficulties faced by the children when they leave the school campus, there is no Chinese speaking environment. Their major carers are the mothers. Some of them don't even speak English and definitely speak no Chinese. They mainly speak Urdu. And students continue to be very silent, and they face great challenges, and they need breakthroughs. So on the parent level, we organize workshops. Some workshops are designed to teach parents how to help their children what is being learned in school. And also some useful phrases, for example, when they go to the market, to encourage parents to speak Chinese more often. We also have seminars about developments of the children, seminars before they are promoted to primary level, or site visits at primary schools. With such knowledge, parents find it very useful. Some of our graduates, when they enter primary school, they go to schools that use English mainly, and then they lose even their greeting skills. After setting up such seminars, more parents who choose local primary schools, so they can continue to learn Chinese and maintain a certain level of Chinese proficiency. We also have other cultural exchange activities. I will show you some photographs in a moment. We also have MTAs. In the past 6 to 7 years, we've had the help from MTAs. Other than teaching classes, we also enhance communication. These are some photographs during Chinese classes. You can see some students here. Pakistani families often have several children. So you can see the siblings here. During the classes, they can be quite noisy and chaotic. But they maintain the level of dedication. And this is some photograph during the site visit at primary schools and cultural exchange activities. We have invited Pakistani families or mothers to cook their local food for us to try. They will show us the entire process and we will sit down and share the food. Chinese families would also prepare some Chinese dishes for sharing. You can feel the sense of mutual respect. There may not be sufficient exchanges when there is no common language, but you can see they are having a very good time. As I mentioned, henna is their traditional practice. Every year we have a carnival, and one corner will be dedicated to henna painting. This is about our MTA who comes to our classes for internship. Now let's talk about our students. We would bring them to different community places to enrich the language context. Let's look at some photographs. We bring them to have dim sum. They can learn different words and enrich their vocab. This is another theme that is about the use of money. Will bring them shopping. And then the theme is food. We go to the wet market. This is about transportation. Include land transportation by sea and also an airplane. They can learn different themes and Chinese vocab. This is about animals. They are looking at some animals here. And this is a visit to the hospital. In one of the books, it talks about scenarios in a hospital, and they can learn different phrases. Community involvement. Hazel, I think you have more experience. Good afternoon. I'm Hazel. We focus on community work, and I want to share with you. When we enter the school, many people will tell us it's hard to be a parent. Why is it so difficult for them to learn Chinese? First of all, for EMs, they have their own cultural background and their own needs. We talk about collaboration that requires support from the parents. But sometimes the parents choose not to participate or they don't show up. So adopting the culturally responsive angle, we need to understand there are many reasons. For example, the message wasn't clear, or in their cultural background, they don't often participate in school affairs. Some parents have told us they went to boarding school when they were young. Back home, learning and teaching happen between teachers and students only. So parents don't know what role they can play. They feel that they have taken their children to school and that is enough. And they grow up with many other siblings. For example, Nepali families, they have long working hours. So it's quite hard for them to participate in school activities. Secondly, it is about motivation and time. Very often they feel that they can't really do it. Many families are from the grassroots level. Making a living is very important. So when they have to go to work, they may not choose to go and attend such activities. All the mothers play very important roles at home. They have to take care of everyone in the family, their meals, the growth of the children, older siblings may also become carers. Therefore, sometimes it's hard for them to participate in school activities. There is also a lack of context in the families or the communities. The mothers only know how to pay for certain food. But if they have to go to a library, for example, they don't know what to say. It's a very unfamiliar environment for them. Application is the key. We need to teach the students and they need to use it. So NGOs and schools very often co-organize many activities. We have many interest groups and lessons. But in the past, our focus was to make sure the fundamentals are done. But with that approach, well, the fundamentals are very different for some students, and they are not really applying what they learn. If we can't involve the families, it's not going to be very effective. We try to connect all three entities, understand what they learn in school, and then we put things together, and it will make a real difference. So that is the difficulty we have observed.
去分享下好嗎？
Greetings, everyone. I'm Varia. I'm born and raised in Hong Kong. I'm Pakistani. And I am a TA in a cultural multiplicity environment in a KG. And I am also pursuing a degree in this area. The reason why I picked small children education, kindergarten education, was that because I wanted to help these ethnic minorities in learning Chinese. It is because when I learned Chinese when I was small, it was very difficult. And because of this experience of mine, when I went to a local primary school, and most of the subjects were taught in Chinese, and a lot of time was spent by me in the tutors and the doing homework. And I spent a lot of time doing that. But I had a hobby, and that is I loved watching TV drama, and I learned a lot of everyday language. I didn't know whether it was correct or not, but I just used it. Have you eaten yet? Have you had dinner yet? For instance, I heard from the drama on TV, and I used it. And maybe sometimes it's wrong, but I learned as I went along. And I really loved learning Chinese when I was small. Now I'm a TA, teacher's assistant, and I use different ways to facilitate the NCS in establishing interest in learning Chinese. And I have some games that I've designed, and perhaps through this PowerPoint we can look at some of these games. First of all, going from spoken language to written language. So the children are asked to bring back photographs of their family, and we ask, who is this? And we provide them with these word cards. There's father, mother, elder brother, younger brother in the word cards, and then they would complete the sentence. I have whatever in my home. So the child can learn the sentence as well as the vocabulary. And then character recognition. Now there is a ball here, and in the classroom, the children are asked to pick something they like. After they've picked what they liked, we ask them, is this object big or small? And the child can then touch it, feel it, and we can introduce the object to the child, and then the child can recognize the character for big or small. And after that, we can use some body behavior to learn the characters, making it big, making it small, etc. And then we'll have small group activities. And these are games, desktop games that they can play. Now, this is lower kindergarten. There will be these word cards for them. Some are in color, and they can learn writing these characters. On the right-hand side, it is a Chinese character. And what is special is that there is a pronunciation at the top as well as an explanation. So going back, they can, at home, involve their parents, the father and the mother, in writing this character. So this is my sharing for today, and how I help the ethnic minorities in learning Chinese. Well, thank you. Having heard your sharing just now, we see it from the school, the NGO's point of view in looking at children of ethnic minority and their learning support. Now, there are some commonalities we've heard just now, because the program that we support families which are of lower socioeconomic background. And this morning we have heard and saw the matrix for those parents which are of very high level and who know Cantonese, they don't need any support. So it is exactly the less endowed parents that we are supporting. For example, they don't know Chinese, perhaps they don't even know English. They have a lot of children at home, and the main carer is a mother who is basically just too busy to attend to homework as well. So all sorts of these challenges as well. Chinese is not an easy language to acquire anyway. So there are a lot of difficulties indeed. And we have another NTA who have shared her own learning experience with us and her teaching experience with us. Now, there are indeed a lot of difficulties. Perhaps Hazel can talk to us a little bit more about the NGO's point of view. In providing support and service, how do you overcome some of the problems? Do you have any experience to share with us here? Yes, in the past few years, we have had some experience, and we find that cultural responsiveness is very helpful. And what does that mean? We have heard earlier that the families concerned have a lot of needs. For example, as mentioned by a teacher, there may be a lot of children in the family, and we say to the mother, please come to the school or to the center. Well, she can't because she has so many responsibilities. So what we need to set up is a baby corner, for instance, at the center, so that her children can be cared for while she goes through the session. Perhaps a father is a decision maker at the house, and in choosing the primary school, for instance, we would conduct a talk during the evening, because when the mother, if she's attended the talk and she goes back and tell the father what she's heard, maybe she would only be able to repeat half the content. But if we conduct the seminar, the talk in the evening, a father can come too, and he would understand the choices for primary school selection. And it's rather complicated, the system in Hong Kong as well. So we can also understand what their interests are and what their needs are. For example, for our entity, whether it is in foods and in handicrafts, this is the best entry point. And together with the schools, we organize some cultural activities. In the past, they would be asked to introduce their own culture, and then it becomes a knowledge. They approach the school, and the schools are actually very open to actually including their culture and the introduction of their culture in their open days, for instance. And during those occasions, there will be communication among the non-Chinese families and the Chinese families. In the past, some parents say they didn't know how to approach the other side, But with these activities, we can, by providing the service, we also increase the participation rate of the parents. And secondly, we need to strengthen the role of the parent. And what do I mean by that? As mentioned just now, a lot of parents do not know that, in fact, they can have a role in their children's learning. Well, actually, the speaker just now said that, well, at home, perhaps I can watch something else other than Pakistani and Indian TV programs. Perhaps during a certain period in the evening, I can show Cantonese or Chinese programs to the children. So this also helps. So how does the parent actually help the student in learning Chinese? There are many ways. Our student or our storybooks, for instance, we've developed them over 5 months, and through the QR codes, the parents would also know the content of the stories, and they can tell the stories to the children, even though they may be using English or their native language, but at least they're nurturing a reading habit, so that in the home there is support for reading habits for the student. And then there may be certain Chinese vocabulary by scanning a QR code. So bit by bit, the parent would know that there is unlimited use for their own role in the children's learning. And thirdly, as mentioned just now, we thought that for the tutoring service we provide, it is to provide the fundamentals of Chinese, but now we understand better. What we want to do is to refer to what's being taught at school. And there is a framework for what they teach at school. So in a sense, we're working together with the schools. We know that the schools want NGOs to work together with them. And we can actually discuss with the schools what's being taught and learned. For example, there are modules that are being covered in at school. For example, halal food. After talking to a certain school, we looked for halal food in the market. And the student one time, a local student, actually told the teacher, let's not buy this kind of food for the class party because there are children who cannot take anything but halal food. So that's a nurturing for you. And further, a lot of the parents, or some of the parents, have difficulty even making ends meet, or economically they're under pressure. And for them to come to Chinese class would be difficult. And they actually do not know how to use a lot of community resources such as a library. And with our help, now more of the parents know where the libraries are. Perhaps we have to upgrade as well. And not only show them where the libraries are, but how they can search up e-books and which libraries would have more English books or Chinese books or books more suited to their children. And also we want to provide some list with cultural responsiveness to provide to the parents for choice. In the past, we have provided 3 main types of activities. 1, community learning activities. We want the students to have an application scenario. We'll extend the learning time. What they've learned at school will be applied in the community. For example, going to the doctor. Now, the parents find this very practical. When the children are not feeling well, they don't know how to say it. And we actually bring them to the clinic. And in that experience, they've learned. And second activity is that there's a good teacher at home. We want the parents to know that their role is awfully important in the family. And we would go to the homes or within our organizations. We would conduct certain workshops for the parents so that the parents know how to apply the skills that we taught. Third, it is an inclusive activity. It is very important, inclusion. And in the past, we have done those activities as well. Thank you very much, Hazel. Have we ended? Is the session already up in time? Yes, it is. But if I can steal 2 minutes from the conference, there is a question here from the internet that we would want to answer. Now, the language environment in acquiring Chinese, how important is it? And also, if we are to teach grammar, do we teach grammar straight off, or do we create an environment to teach grammar? The principals, do you have anything to say to respond to this question, please? For myself, with my teaching experience, if I can share the following. Whether we want to bring in the context in our teaching. Very often we say if the child is to learn well and to be able to learn, it needs a realistic context and scenario, because the child also has to apply what he's learned in the actual situation as well. So a practical, realistic context or scenario is important in learning. Yes, in designing our supportive activities, this is also the stance of our team. This morning or just now, you would have heard many times that the activities and materials that we design need to be very realistic, which means that it has to link up with the everyday life of the child. If you talk about order, if you talk about grammar dryly with a child, it becomes very boring. So through actual experience, actual context, it's more like mother tongue acquisition. Nobody would not be able to learn mother tongue. Everybody learns mother tongue because it is context-based. So again, in acquiring Chinese, we want it to be contextualized as well. And that would make things a lot easier. So we have overrun this session. Sorry about that. I would want to thank the two principals, Jafari and Hazel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Would you please stay and take a group photo together? That was a great session with rich content. And it is very important to start young in learning a language to build the foundation well. And I am a beneficiary of that. I've learned Chinese when I was very young. Thank you very much. All right. Because of time, and it's very tight, next we will go straight to the next session, and which is the last theme, and that is to rethink the kindergarten educator and her role in a multicultural society. There are two parts to this session. Next up, I will have my friend come up, and he is much like myself. He will use a very humorous way to do the sharing with us. Why is he similar to us? Because we are both from partial Indian descent, and he is a Hong Konger with Indian descent. He was born and bred in Hong Kong, attended local school, but only to P6 level. And in university, he thought that he should improve his Chinese, and so he had a Chinese for Foreigner course enrolled. But actually, in attending, it was about tongue twisters, learning tongue twisters in Cantonese. Perhaps you all know him. You all know this gentleman because he participated in a competition, in a stand-up comedy competition, and he was a winner of that competition. He is a musician, he is a new media designer, and a comedian, Vivek Mahbubani. Vivek, very happy to see you again. You've seen a lot of my videos, right? Definitely. Let me join the audience off stage. All yours, Vivek. Hello, everyone. I'm Vivek, born and bred in Hong Kong, studied in Hong Kong. I can speak Cantonese because of a long journey of learning. When I was in primary, there are some very funny incidents. When I was in P1 going into the classroom, everybody was Chinese in the classroom. I was the only one out. 6-year-old boys, on seeing me, they would say, why do you look like that? And I said, why do you all look so strange? And the teacher, after he'd come in, a student stood up to say, why is there an alien among us? What? Am I an alien? A 6-year-old would think, am I not an earthling? Am I an alien? And then another student stood up and said, this is a renowned boys' school. How come in the classroom there is a girl? And I thought, am I a girl? Do I look like a girl? You're so mistaken. That's not true. And then I asked, why am I a girl? Why do you think I'm a girl? And he said, because you have such long eyelashes. Only girls have long lashes. And so I believed him. I was so unhappy. And I said to my mom when I got home, oh, you've been saying that I'm a boy, but actually I'm a girl. And today, starting, Mom, I want to be a boy. I want to cut my eyelashes. And she said, don't. Long lashes look great. Don't cut them off. I'm glad I didn't. Now I've grown up. I'm 40 years old now. And I see a lot of women coming over to say, wow, such pretty lashes. You don't look so great, but your lashes, your eyelashes look beautiful. And somebody actually said, can you give me your eyelashes? You can't plant them, right? But this is very funny. You never thought that would happen. And my parents would think, going to a local school, that's very straightforward, as long as he pays attention. But there are things that the schools don't teach because they assume you would know. Let's say during recess, people would say, 參埋我玩, but I don't understand that. And at recess, I see groups of children playing, and I want to play, and I want to join, and I go over. But I didn't know how to say 參埋我玩, so I said, can we play? But the students, my classmates, didn't understand English at all. They didn't understand English. I didn't understand Chinese, so we used body language. And I did this. And they got that, and they decided to answer me in body language. And so I went to the next group. So from group to group, and even the teachers who saw me, they also thought that I was an alien, not an earthling. These are interesting stories, but am I the odd person out? Are there other friends who've gone through similar experience? I'm inviting 2 friends to tell you their experience that in Hong Kong, non-Chinese students, how they actually live. We have Ms. Hamishka Samara Divakara, and I also have Singh Taranvir. The 2 of them will be joining me here. And the discussion will be conducted in very fluent Cantonese proudly. I've just told you my story. And can you, Hema, share with us something that was impressive as an experience when you were at school? Yes, V, like yourself, I was born and bred in Hong Kong from Sri Lanka in terms of descent. And I went to a local mainstream school. They also found me strange. And the first day I went to school, I said to my mom, they say I look so dark. And why am I so dark? And I really felt sad. But after that, I had some really, really good friends. Yes, the color of your skin. And some asked me, why do you have so much beard? Have you had that experience? Yes, I'm of Indian descent and I'm a Sikh, and I've never had my hair cut from when I was young to now. And I had a bun on my head. And when I was in school, and they asked me, my classmates asked me, how come you have a ball on your head? And it was difficult having to explain to them, this is not a dessert, it's not a ball, it's hair. And yes, we put our hair on the top of our head. And after that, I had the turban. And then people asked, why do you have a turban? Why don't you cut your hair? Why don't you modernize? It's not easy. But luckily, because I speak Cantonese, there was this way of sharing with the local here, including the classmates, why I didn't cut my hair, what the religion was all about. And when I grew up, it was much better. But when I was small, it was really difficult. Yes, I was approached once. Someone asked me, why don't you have a turban? And I said, I'm not a Sikh. So, yes, as an ethnic minority, it is inevitable that people have a lot of questions. I'm not saying that people should not ask questions or it's a mistake. But for some of my friends, after a few exchange of a few words, they would know, oh, you're normal after all. But let me put this to you. How long did it take within your circle, classmates, etc., for them to feel comfortable? Did it take a teacher, parent, or social worker's help before they started playing with you? How long did it take for you to have friends play with you? For me, it took a few months. I started having friends then. I was very, very shy, very introverted then, and I was scared. But there were some classmates who said, let's play together, and then slowly acquired Cantonese. And did you have good Cantonese at the time? Or what made you feel that you were part of them? Maybe the teacher got worried about me because I was always on my own. And my mom was very worried as well, couldn't integrate, and I cried every day. And maybe the teacher my mom told the teacher that I was lonely, and the teacher would ask the classmates to play with me. So it's the mother who approached the teacher. So there was this help or support. And what about you? Sing? Well, I would say I was lucky. I started learning Chinese or Cantonese when I was very young. In kindergarten, I already knew good morning, let's eat, etc. And that was really useful because if you know the language, a lot of local friends would be willing to talk with you. And if you speak in English, as mentioned just now in the previous sharing, can I play with you? Some people would not understand and they would just disregard you. So not too late. I think it was 6 or 7. So primary 1 or 2, I was able to communicate in Chinese. And so I had some local friends. And we played together. But it took time. It's not on the first day, really. I can't say I was very friendly with everybody on the first day. It took time to develop the friendship. And playing together with friends, after a while, we would mix well together, playing together. When I was in school, very often we were not able to communicate, but as small children, because we were not conducting discussions or debates every time. If we were kicking the ball around, we could kick the ball around together. So the teachers also can do something. Rather than to say, lecture the students, you have to be inclusive, play together. But rather they do it subtly. And when I was in P1, P2, my Chinese was bad because I had very little support. What about you? For the Chinese homework, have you had that experience of having tried your very best but still couldn't learn? Have you wondered whether your brain cells cannot absorb Chinese language? Well, for me, I was lucky. in primary school, even with Chinese as a subject. But from what I knew, for non-Chinese students, the Chinese, in terms of standard, is easier than the mainstream. So it's not particularly difficult, but when it came P4, P5, when it got more difficult, yes, really, looking at the homework, I was at my wit's end. There were such occasions. The speakers just now had mentioned, you have to find different ways to come into contact with the language, TV drama, music, songs, and perhaps comes a certain age, you make girlfriends or friends, and that is really, really helpful. The more contact you have with the language, the more you know the language exponentially. So that was really helpful. In exams, in homework, it became much easier because there were music and TV and other ways for me to learn Chinese. So you're encouraging the children, the students, to have boyfriends and girlfriends apart from TV and music. Well, no, really. From my understanding, some didn't immigrate to Hong Kong until they were 15 years old. I mean, as 15-year-olds, you certainly don't want a boyfriend and girlfriend, but when you get older, yeah, exponentially improve. What about you? Have you had that experience? Looking at those Chinese characters, you are just clueless. Have you, and what did you do? Call up a friend? What did you do? It was really difficult. I remember my mother, who didn't know any Chinese, she looked at me and said, "You've learned this. You've already learned this. Do you recall?" No, I don't recall. And in the end, she got me a tutor. And in primary, the teachers were not well trained for EM teaching, and I was just by myself. It was so difficult then because the teacher punished me, and to me it was really deeply felt as a punishment, and I felt, why am I put into a Chinese local school? Why not in an international school? And when I grew up, I was really thankful of my mother because I've learned Chinese and really helped my everyday life. I remember my mom being clueless together with me, and I would just lie to my mom, yeah, this character is pronounced this, because she would know better. And that made it easier for us both. So when you were at school, was there something, looking back, that you want to change? For example, with the brush calligraphy, looking back, would you want to have acquired traditional calligraphy better or something? Well, at the time, I loved TV and I loved songs, music. And when I see my primary school students learning English, they also are watching YouTube and films. And really, through this, you can learn everyday dialect language, and you have subtitles too, right? And in your brain, you will have that corresponding training. And it also trains focus as well. What about you, Sing? For me, again, I was lucky. It was not difficult for me. If there's anything I would want to change, I'd say the parents or the teachers need to set a goal for the child. Because for non-Chinese or South Asian students, the parents would not set goals for us. They would not do that. Nor the teachers. They wouldn't do that. For what reason, I do not know. But simply, there are no goals set for the students. if we can change that, it would really help the children. Because even as a 5-year-old, 6-year-old without Chinese, if you can give them a role model, a target, a kind of goal. Let's say, well, 5 years ago, there was a Pakistani girl at our school. She's graduated, she's very successful, and this is how she learned Chinese at the time. So if you can give them kind of role model or even idol, I think it'll be very positive for the child. So this is something that I would like to change looking back. Right, so the goal is very important. When I was at school, there were not that many who were non-Chinese who spoke Cantonese, not on TV, not anywhere. So yes, role model is very important, and to show that yes, it can be done, and sharing of the paths very important. Oh, I'm just repeating what she did or he did, and it can be done. This path's been traveled, and that's important. And also, if you're very confident, and if you want to give yourself a score, a percentage, whether it is looking at the menu in the cha-chan-tangs or the newspaper, your Chinese level, if you give yourself a score, let's say the size of your vocabulary, I always give myself 60-something as a score. Let's say reading a sentence, how many percent would you understand? Well, I would say 100%. Yes, really, 100%. Wow, our education system is perfect. You're pretty sure, right? Yes. Is it because you've done a lot of work? Why are you so confident? Well, I have a habit still today, and that is I don't want to forget my Chinese. I read the newspapers every day, so in my brain I keep drilling every day, and I remember. So more contact. And what about you? Oh, I wouldn't be 100%. In the past few years, my Chinese had been much worse because after going into university, it's all English, and I've learned other languages as well. And my Chinese is deteriorating, especially reading and writing Chinese. I would say 40 to 50% I can comprehend, so half, and the other half I will have to do some guesswork, because after all, I've learned the language, and you would more or less be able to make it out as to, the rest of the 50%, what the content of the article is. And I agree with Hameshika. Reading the newspapers every day is really helpful. And I haven't been watching TV for a long time, haven't been reading Chinese newspapers, and my Chinese is basically just verbal with my Cantonese and local friends. So this is the only way how I practice. And I say practice is very important. Yes, more practice does make perfect. If newspaper is very difficult for you, you can start with anime or some journals or magazines. All right, let's stand up now. Thank you for your sharing. Let's do a group photo. Cool, thank you. Thank you for all the sharing. Please take your seat and we continue. Now the stories shared were very similar. We didn't know identity. We needed teachers' help from time to time, not to support us throughout the entire process, not to teach us after class ended for an hour or so. No, but rather at the beginning, that one nudge is important. Nudging the classmates and playing with me. As long as you start the contact going, it's going to be much easier. Next, we will have a few other speakers. First of all, from Delia School, the panel head for English, Arvin Bibi. and Family and Community Director for Hong Kong Social Services Council, Ms. Chen Hu-yun, and Dr. Zhong Kit-hua, professor from Hong Kong Education University on Children and Family Science Center. Right. Scan the QR code for Q&A. Online streaming friends, there is a Q&A chat box on your screen, and you can input your questions there. So there will be a Q&A session, and there will be chit-chat time. What are the things that you want to know, and what are some of the questions that you have that I haven't covered? Now, first of all, I would like to put this question to you. You heard the personal stories just now. For the secondary school, do you see that the stories are repeated? That in the primary section, the children could not make friends, and then in the secondary, they watch TV, they listen to songs, or make some boyfriends and girlfriends and become successful? Well, having heard your experience, I would think when I was in secondary school, it's very, very different experience because you went to mainstream schools. And when I was in secondary school, I studied French, and I had no opportunity coming into contact with Chinese. And the fact that I could speak Cantonese, it is because I watched a lot of TVB drama. So it's TVB. Now, in response to your question, I will use the angle of a secondary school teacher in answering your question. For the students I have now, Chinese is difficult for them, and there are many reasons for that. One, they're not interested. Two, if you think about the EM students, their mother tongue is so very, very different from Chinese because Chinese language is character-based and Urdu, Pashto, Punjabi are syllabic. And to acquire this Chinese language, they have to go into a very different linguistic concept. And they would feel that Chinese is very alien to them. And then they also have to start from scratch. So it will be very complicated for them. And as it is so difficult, they will not have the motivation to learn, and they don't learn well. As well, there is no language environment and context at home. If they do not watch Chinese TV and there are no local friends, then it's very difficult for them indeed. Yes, when I was young, it was watching TV. There was just station A and station B at the time, and I've learned a lot of language, but it's very dramatic. I mean, because it's the drama, right? And acquired the kind of dramatic delivery. Now, another question. Our education system, does it need a big change? I mean, you're nurturing, training new teachers in your job. Do you think that the education system needs an overhaul or people's thinking needs to be changed? Because Chinese, it takes a lot of rote memory. Is there something that needs to be changed? Well, actually, talking about change, there's been some, and it's still continually changing from the education, from the government's point of view in the past few years in, for example, teacher training, for in-job training and training for would-be teachers. There's been a lot of changes, especially for KG teachers. They will have to understand the non-Chinese children, the difficulties and challenges in learning Chinese, and what are some of the responses we can provide. Now, apart from raising the Chinese language capability, we are talking about soft skills and also hard skills. And what are soft skills? As a teacher had mentioned, motivation is very important, especially for KG students. The teachers should know as early as possible that for a foreign language, the children takes time to acquire foreign language. The most important thing is that motivation is important, and the children must not have their motivation weakened because a language they feel is difficult. As a teacher had mentioned, oh, Chinese is too difficult. I'm not going to learn Chinese. I'm going to give it up. That must be avoided, and that's a soft skill. And also, we have also strengthened our training for KG teachers. They would know that there is a silent period for children learning another language. The young children, when they're in KG, they may take a few months of silent period. They are already learning. They are picking up. They're learning. They're listening to the new language. But they're not able to express themselves yet. Some take even longer. Some actually take a few years. And someone had a wonderful sharing just now. Apart from the school context, there is another, which is home and school cooperation. So within the home, the mother is very important. The two speakers talked about that now, and the father as well. If there is an expectation on the child in acquiring Chinese, which will help the child in the future in making choices in employment and in going to different schools to continue their learning, there'll be more options if Chinese is acquired. So this is important. All these are being changed in the schools, within the systems, and also in training teachers. These are the changes so that the teachers, the principals, and the parents, and for parents of Chinese or non-Chinese descent, we are talking about an inclusive society. So the KG is a microcosm of society. And we do see some achievements and effects. For example, see for Chinese, this is our 6th year going, and we do see some very positive effects. And in the future, we will continue with these efforts. Yes, it's being changed, and we will continue to do so and evolve. That's a very good point. You said there is a silent period, huh? So they're picking up, but they're not uttering the language yet. And the teachers ought to know that this is normal. It's not because the child is lazy. And at the same time, we must not give up ourselves. This is like scale learning for piano. It takes time to do the fundamentals. A lot of parents actually do not know this. And they say, hey, son, your dictation is not up to scratch. You failed again in this test. Well, don't do that. But rather, let the parents know that there is a process to it. Angie, I would like to ask you, I'm curious. The stories seem to correlate with each other. Is it because the people I ask have the same experience, or do you have something statistical that you can share with us? Now, the theme is about rethinking. Now, first of all, just a disclaimer, I haven't been in this EM program for too long, and I have done some homework and looked at our predecessors in racial minorities, work and education, what our predecessors have done. I've done a review of that. So I can give you some statistics, actually, yes. Yes, my organization and the Christian Services have done a study in 2017 concerning racial minorities and their participation in the elections and voting. And the study found that the Chinese language is a big hindrance. 26.8% of the respondents felt it is because of their deficient Chinese language that had affected their voting, exercising their voting right. Even though they knew they had the right, they didn't exercise it. And their deficiency in Chinese language is also a limiting factor in their job seeking. And when these people are adults and they're coming out to work, they find it very difficult to learn Chinese after they have left the school environment. And there are very few classes for adult Chinese learning. In the 4 domains that we talked about, employment, education, medical, and housing, in these areas, they all feel that education is the most important. And so for know what, they understand these EMs, they know knowing Chinese is very important. So this is the first thing that we learned in our review. And in view of this, in 2017, the Social Services Alliance, in their 5-year plan, had done some advocacy within the industry. And there are 8 points of advocacy to increase fair participation for the racial minority so that they can have an integrated and inclusive environment to live in. For education, it's about 3 areas mainly. 1, we want there to be, and it is being practiced now, and that is Chinese as a second language teaching. There should be a framework for that. Not only is there a framework, but we want this framework to have a continuous assessment to it. And also, there should be more support for the schools in providing this kind of Chinese teaching. And there should be more public accountability for these programs at the schools. And further, another point would be that there should be some curriculum development for such courses. And another area is parent support. In particular, in the schools, whether it is frontline teachers or the management at the schools, they need a cultural sensitivity. It's not like, I'm teaching them Chinese and therefore the children will be able to communicate. It's not as simple as that. There should be some cultural sensitivity. And also, teaching Chinese, when it is not their mother tongue, how does one teach a language that is not the mother tongue? And further, another point is that for non-Chinese ethnic minorities, we want them to have an equitable chance of being admitted at the schools. So we have 3 advocacies. 1, each school should have at least 1 teacher who knows how to teach Chinese as a second language. 2, as early as possible, we want to have this type of education in supporting Chinese capability among these children, to provide that as early as possible. Not only in primary school, but at the KG level, there should be such support. And also, further, from 2017 to now, 2022, what's been done? There had a lot of things been done. The government had put in a lot of resources. First of all, in terms of school-based support, where there are more than 8 such students, there is already a subsidy for NCS students teaching. And there are different teacher support with seminars, and also there are some protocols and guidelines facilitating the teachers in teaching, educating NCS students. And then there are some continuous training for the teachers as well. Continuous professional development. And Chinese as a second language, we see there are a lot of teaching materials which have been produced since 2017. And we're very happy to note that for output, starting from 2013-2014, there were 590 schools serving NCS students. And for 19 to 20, it has increased to 630 schools. And subsidies also had increased. There are two layers to it, as we can see on this PPT. And lastly, for the parents, support for parents have also been enhanced. There is a hotline for parents, hoping that they would be able to access this hotline to ask for directions and guidelines for enrolling in schools. And in the school profiles, there is an item concerning whether they support ethnic minorities, and they have to specify what these ethnic minority support are, what content. And we continuously encourage the schools to conduct workshops for the parents. So that's from 2017 to now. Those are the supports. And indeed, a lot's been done. But recently, in 2022, with some focus groups conducted, we have asked the respondents on education, and we do have some insights. First of all, a lot of EM teachers, perhaps there are some here seated, they feel that the promotion ladder is not as good. That's their view. And this partially explains why, for the Audit Commission in 2021, they have turned out a report, and they mentioned in the report that there are 13,000 teachers teaching Chinese as a second language in Hong Kong. But in that midst, there is only 1,300 or so teachers who have taken 5 hours or more of training in this regard. So for the other teachers, they have not been trained probably, or the number of hours are very, very low indeed. And further, the report has pointed out that there is a grant for teachers if they enroll in courses for them to teach Chinese as a second language. The capacity is 450, but so far, only 20% of the space been taken up. So you can see the frontline teachers, they are not that eager to equip themselves. So this is what we can see. Another insight, that is, within the schools, the career masters, the job opportunities for EMs they don't know a lot about that. So what kind of recommendations and guidance do they provide to the EMs? This is something that the career masters will have to bone up on. And another point, that is the Chinese program provided by the schools, the level does not match their own level. It's too babyish, and therefore they have no study interest for the rather juvenile program, Chinese program, provided at the schools. So this is my sharing. Well, I think this is correct. The teachers, perhaps there are a few EM students in the classroom and they have to deal with them, but they don't know how to handle it. In the school, I remember, let's say something happened in India, and the next day, the teacher would say, "What do you think about that?" And the teacher didn't realize that I was living in Hong Kong. He shouldn't single me out because I don't know about the Indian situation. Likewise, there should not be baby content in the Chinese program. Yes, indeed, it was difficult for me to learn Chinese, but I had to be relevant. The content had to be relevant. It's not like I need to count from 1 to 10 when I come out to seek employment, right? Can you share with me the parent side, in the secondary school parents, do they always ask the same questions, or do they regret, oh, looking back at primary, if only I did that for my child? Anything from you in that regard? Well, having heard the sharing just now concerning kindergartens, it was the parents' characteristics were described, and it's the same in the secondary school. At our time, a long time ago, I would say I'm the second generation, and you can see there are different types of students. There's a first generation students, second generation students, I don't know whether, and then there are new arrivals in Hong Kong. These three types, I don't know whether they're third generation non-Chinese students, and the challenges are different among them in teaching EM students, and for parents as well. For some of the students, being second generation, their parents have actually gone through that Chinese learning experience. So for the next round, that is their children, they know what to improve on, what to emphasize. I also am a parent, and when I was small, I didn't learn Chinese, I learned French, and my son now is learning Chinese and Putonghua because I know that these two languages are important if he is to live in Hong Kong. And for new arrivals in Hong Kong, EM students, their parents, you would be able to see that they were not themselves highly educated in their own country. And on arriving in Hong Kong in the parent conferences, they would say that they feel very helpless. They didn't know how to help their children. Not only for kindergarten, even for Form 6. I teach Form 6. I still hear parents telling me that. Don't know how to help the children because they themselves were not educated or were not highly educated at all. And they don't know about the Chinese education system. And when it came to open public examinations, or how to enroll or apply to the universities, they have very, very little knowledge of those. And having heard the speaker earlier on, we heard that a lot of the EM families are from the lower socioeconomic stratum, and the resources they have would be limited. If there is a family with more than one child, let's say the family has 3 to 4 children, how do you allocate your resources? Does each and all of the children go for tutoring? I mean, lots of limitations. The parents don't have the resources and they do not know how to help. So it's difficult. Lots of struggles for the parents. From an educator's perspective, let's say in teaching EM students, for me, for instance, I will have to understand and I have to accept this reality. The students that I teach, their family background is as such. There are these difficulties and limitations. And in my own capacity or from the school, how can we help and guide these students? What are some of the resources available to them? Some of the parents don't even know where they can find such resources. So as a teacher, you just have to take the initiative to call the parents up and say, hey, this is where you can find resources. There are such resources. And all you have to do is to fill in an application form. So there needs to be a lot of such communication. Right. It's not just about bookish learning, not just classroom learning, but rather, as mentioned just now, it is a little bit more than that, quite a bit more than that. And Angie had mentioned some of the teachers are not so eager in picking up the skills to teach EMs. It's just that the EMs are in the classroom and they to handle it. So what are some of the trainings that can be provided to the teachers? Actually, the EDB has certain plans. This morning, we heard Dr. Choi, the secretary for EDB, had mentioned that now and into the future, for each of the schools, in particular for KGs, for them to be trained up. Trained up in the sense that they have to have enrolled in certain programs operated by the universities or the EDB for in-job teachers to facilitate them in understanding the growth and the development of the children. And that is important. And Chinese is a second language or third language for the children. What are some of the difficulties in the acquisition, and what would be the role of the teachers? As mentioned by the good teacher just now, there are resources in society, and the parents and the teachers can make use of such resources well. And how do they work together with these organizations so that the EM's culture and understanding and background can be used during teaching and learning at school? Now, there are three characteristics to this. One, for KG, learning Chinese is an integrated approach, meaning apart from learning Chinese, the child is also involved in different activities and to facilitate his growth. For example, we can use Chinese in a lot of different instructions. A child will have to sing and listen to instructions and tell stories or do artwork in Cantonese. So it's an integrated approach. And this is what we want to do, to bring on the interest of acquiring Chinese for the children and to raise their capability. So teacher training is very important, and there is teacher training. And then there are NGOs. There are a lot of such activities for the teachers, and perhaps in the future there can be a platform. Yes, we will have a platform actually for teachers and parents and social workers and professionals to share. And hopefully this platform will help. We're talking about KG now, but there are also primary and secondary schools. Just now there was a very good question asked. Actually, for primary and secondary and kindergarten, there are commonalities. The parents, for instance, they come to Hong Kong at different times. And what are they thinking? Yes, indeed. Having come to Hong Kong at different times, we'll have different thinking among the parents, and that's fine. And this is not just about non-Chinese parents, even Chinese parents also. Some parents, they have certain issues. This is universal, actually. And in Hong Kong's education, in an OECD survey, perhaps in the secondary school, some teachers would have participated in these international studies. We see that our scoring or feedback in education, Hong Kong is doing very well. In the schools, Hong Kong scores very high. And the resource allocation differential is almost nil. And the training of teachers differential is also almost nil. It's not like in any other country where there are different regions. There would be very big differences in teacher training, etc. Not for Hong Kong. And for the system, that is for education system, we've been doing well as well. For the different topics, for instance, in inclusiveness, for example, maybe we have some more work to do. And whether it is EM or Sharing with the profession, I always say everybody's different. Every individual, we have our own strengths. And we have to look at it from a positive perspective. And in particular for children, I often say and feel that for children, they need time to learn. And in the school and among the teachers, there should be more understanding of our children. They come from different backgrounds. To understand this point is very important. How can we stoke the motivation of the students in their learning? It involves soft skills. Learning Chinese, learning STEM, STEAM, maths, all very important. But the first thing, and that is the attitude. The attitude and motivation is most important. Do not dampen the motivation of the children. Don't make the child think that, oh, I'm a failure in learning this. Or this is so difficult. Oh, the teacher doesn't understand. Or going back to school, this is Chinese New Year, there's some New Year food and I don't know what to do. Because really we have to understand each other and respect each other. That's my main point. Yes, this is very important. Yes, sometimes on the soccer field we would get to know each other. There would not be a class at school where can I play with you as a line would be taught. No. And also some of the very colloquial sayings, those won't be taught. But through community activity, through sports or arts, etc., rather than to go through some traditional textbooks method, but through activities, the Chinese will be acquired. So that it's not about going back home and studying the textbooks, but really involving the child and maybe even parents in activities. Now, at the policy level, is there a certain policy in the making at the policy level to change the community and the education that's being delivered? Because we're talking about KG teachers here and some of the cultural changes. Just now, we've discussed a lot about some of the effectiveness and contribution of the education or educators. And the ethnic minorities, let alone motivation, they understand they need to learn Chinese well. That's recognized. That's the first point. And secondly, as a professor mentions, we've already set up a system for the ethnic minorities to learn Chinese, and there have been a lot of measures introduced to help them learn. So what else do we have to consider? Well, it seems that we're putting a lot of efforts into learning Chinese in the school context and puts the onus on the student in learning Chinese. But perhaps for social welfare sector, we will try to understand a little bit more. We will want to understand their difficulties. Yes, they are motivated to learn Chinese, but what are the difficulties presented to them so that what are some of the barriers? That's right, barriers. How can we break some of these learning barriers for them? Is there more supportive work that can be delivered at the community level? Well, I think the social welfare sector can do more here. Well, they've done a lot of very good projects in this regard, hopefully in the community, that there can be more integration and inclusion, not just for individuals, but for inclusion into the community, how to build communities among them. The information that they receive is not just from the school notices, but also from, let's say, the community of the same ethnic group. they may have the same or similar concern points, and the information they want to receive or are interested in may be similar. So if we put these people as a group together, these parents as a group together, they will be able to get the relevant information so much better. And secondly, apart from this similar group, not only for EM parents, actually all children need to learn Chinese well, not just for EM children and parents. Yes, just now, somebody said, she can understand 100% of the Chinese in the newspapers. I myself would understand only 80% maybe. So I think really we have to extend the possibility of learning Chinese, and also there should be understanding of the latest development in the systems and the delivery so that there can be more inclusion for these parents. And we also heard just now that role modeling is important. A lot of NGOs are doing that. Through group work, they are setting up role models to put up successful examples and to see how predecessors did it. So learning Chinese is no longer just about parents and school, or it's a tripartite, school, parents, and the child, but rather it is about the community and society, where the society had provided a good context, environment for EM learning Chinese. So just now you said activities and more role modeling, and they will subconsciously move in that direction rather than to say they're fixated on a textbook or curriculum. But rather because they want to, I like this person, he's a role model, he has good Chinese, I want to learn Chinese well as well. Something like that. Now, Dr. Zhong, different students will have different requirements. Do you find that in training the teachers, there is a new challenge, that in handling EM, it is a new variable? So a well-resourced EM and a non-resourced EM will be different for the teacher in delivering her teaching. Or would they be common? Would there be commonalities? Good question. Your question was multi-pronged, so I'll answer in 2 to 3 ways. For the KG, we will not be looking at the children's background and then decide on how we deliver the learning. We will look at the development difference. I see someone nodding there. For KG teachers, we look at the child holistically in learning, in the child's growing up in the school, outside of the school. For example, how he make friends in the school, for instance, how he communicates and play with the other students, and in the home context, how he plays with brothers and sisters, how he makes new friends in the park, etc. So all these are important. Yes, there are soft and hard skills in bringing up a child. Hard would be a sense of math, simple English and Chinese acquisition in the KG level. So the answer is we will not look at the different backgrounds of the KG students at the KG level. But it brings on another point, and that is, in Hong Kong, we might be talking about low SES families, so lower strata families and some middle-class families. Are there differences? Yes, there are differences. And I'm not just talking about EMs. Yes, it might include EMs, but yes, there are differences in language acquisition. In the studies, it's been shown that there are differences. And the advantage is that, as I've mentioned, in teacher training, in the universities, we have to follow strictly the requirements of the government before we can get the qualification for practice from the government. So for the quality of the teachers' training, it is the same. But then for certain schools, their resources may be different from that of other schools. For example, some schools will be very well resourced, while some other schools, they need more resources to make it work. But when it comes to secondary level, the effect is clearer, or even at primary school level. So the issue is, and the simple question to your question is, in terms of the system, whether it is education system or the social welfare side, we have support. We provide support. The different government departments provide support to low SES families. And your question may be, how big is the gap? How big is the difference? Well, the resource gap will always be there. How much is too much? I just want to share, for now, that the system is pretty good and compared to some other countries. We understand that there can be certain improvements. Of course, there can always be improvements. There can always be more resources allocated. I don't know whether I've answered your question. Okay, let's look at the epidemic. In the beginning, all schools had to face the same problem. There was no physical school. Some well-resourced schools distributed iPads, or the students already had iPads at home. And the schools understood that this has to be resolved, so they worked with the NGOs or worked with donors to come up with the solution. There's always a solution. That's true, V. You talked about the epidemic. That reminds me. In the beginning of the epidemic outbreak, everybody was very worried. Where do we get the resources? Everybody was wondering. So apart from the government, there were a lot of foundations, trusts, and donors, generous people who were willing to help out. So it's there. So how to use the resources is something that we have to think further about. And I think resources are there. And I agree with Angie in saying that our future direction, what should it be for the social welfare sector? How should there be more synergy between that and the schools? What are some of the gaps? I think for the young people in their growing up, apart from learning Chinese language, their employment is also important. So what are the difficulties? Where are the pain points? I think from primary going into secondary is another one. So if we can delve deeper into this topic, that'll be good. And I thank Angie for your sharing. There's always a solution, and what we need to do is to find it. Before we go to the questions online, my question is that I heard a girl saying that I don't want to learn Chinese. And I said, is it because you're lazy? No, she said, because it's meaningless, because I'll be leaving Hong Kong at some point. And as a girl, my family would want me to get married anyway. So maybe some families are more traditional. Would that affect the girls and the boys in terms of the learning of Chinese? Is there a difference between the two sexes? I'd be lying if I said there's no difference. You have to understand, some parents, during their growing up, they come from a patriarchal society. And the thinking is that the best will be given to the boy, the son, and the daughter basically will be a housewife in the future anyway. So it's a waste of resources in giving the resources to the daughter. And I am very saddened to see that. Among my students, it is still indeed true that some parents feel that way. But compared to many years ago when I was young, there are certain changes because the schools now have more awareness, and these parents, not that they disallow their daughters to continue with their studies, but rather they don't have that mentality. We have to change their mentality, and that takes time. It takes efforts as well. And being an educator, if you see the student having the potential to study further and there is hope for her, then I would put the efforts in to very openly talk to the parents concerned, perhaps not once, but many times. In a school, you can have talks. You can have PTA talks with a theme, for instance, of equitable distribution of family resources, and that is equality between the sexes, for instance. And another point, a lot of EM community, they're very funny. I mean, if they are to give the girl, the daughter, the chance to continue their study, they are unwilling. I remember when I was young and pursuing my studies, at the time, I did not know any Pakistani girl who went to university. At my school at least, I was the first Pakistani girl to have entered university. And my parents were very daring in allowing me to do so. And the community had indeed criticized them. Oh, you're allowing your daughter to study? Aren't you afraid of this and that and that? So I agree with you. We need role models. If they see someone's done it and had been successful, they will be emboldened to allow their children to continue studies. And they will give them resources or some support to nurture them in their interests or in reaching out for their dreams. I'm teaching secondary schools now, and there are certain implications in early childhood education as well, because I do see a lot of teenagers who very much want to continue with their studies. And we see for the universities, there are multiple pathways. And enrolling into universities, not like when we were back then, sorry if you don't get the A's from the exams. Not so. There are many, many channels now. There can be higher diploma, associate degrees, etc. And when the young people are aware of this, they will have a dream. And they know that there is a possibility. So you really have to assist them, help them to realize their dreams. And this is something I really, really want to say. Especially in the past 5 years, there are a lot more EM students going into university, but the channel may not be the traditional one. So today, if I say, no, there's no hope for the students. If they do not study Chinese, there is no hope. It is not as negative as that. A lot of EM students actually want to be successful, and they want to change their own family's economic situation. And we've talked about whether these are mostly grassroots households. So this is their hope for them. Education is a hope for them. And we want to help the students through this way. Thank you so much. I just want to supplement with some more information. I'm so proud of this program. So proud. Within this program, there is a program that is ECE. Over the past 6 years, we are very happy to note that some 100 TAs, that is non-Chinese TAs, like Bibi, like teacher Bibi there, say hi. And there's Papa as well. They are our role models. There are many, many, many more of them, our graduates. I'm proud of you. It's a one-year program, and these are graduates, and they are now TAs. 87% of our students go on to further studies. There are two here. One is teacher Bibi, and she shared on stage this morning, and she's in high diploma, first year, about to graduate actually, and she will become a kindergarten teacher. I've been to school yesterday, and Principal Ho told me that these TAs, after graduation, they're so hotly sought after, and they have choice. They have a choice among many schools because they're so sought after. So 100 of our graduates, especially the ladies among them, we see them climbing from height to height, going from strength to strength. And I see some of them are already pursuing bachelor degrees, and they're working, and they're coming back for part-time studies. And after completing the bachelor degree, they can become principals. So, in the future, in different positions, the EDB and the government can help these graduates in living out their dream. I just want to say we're doing that. Yes, perhaps our graduates and our students can share their stories with you more in the future. Yes, the future is indeed bright. We have 5 more minutes here. We have some questions from the net. You can answer as you wish. Here's a question. Grammar in Chinese, tones in Chinese. Is it possible that there is insufficient training among the teachers, that they're not effective in teaching the ENs? And also in teaching Chinese, if we do not use Cantonese but rather use Hindi, Urdu, would it be more effective, that they will learn faster? Can it be? So sometimes when we teach Chinese, we use some Cantonese to teach English, right? And that's more effective. So how do you see this? And how do you see training of teachers? And also, because the spoken language in Chinese, Cantonese, is different from the English. Different from the written language, which is Mandarin. So that adds another layer of difficulty. Anyone wants to respond to those points? Dr. Zheng? 3 questions there. Your first question was at the KG level. We've discussed this today. The young children will need to learn Chinese because in Hong Kong, Chinese is used every day. You go to the market to buy fruit together with your mom, do some translation for your mom. So that will be in Cantonese. And therefore, in our program, and also among the different departments of the government, Cantonese is being provided. But it's a good point. The written language is different from the spoken language. And we, as Chinese language learners, face this problem as well. And in singing songs, sometimes it's also in the written language. The wording is in the written language. But for the verbal language, perhaps really you have to watch more TV, drama, etc., rather than to learn it from books. So that is another added layer of learning because Cantonese is being used as a verbal language in Hong Kong, and the written language is different again. Yes, for the verbal language, yes, we have to just use it. You cannot just be reading a book to learn it, no. So, another question. Here's a question. Can kindergartens and NGOs can access some Chinese teaching materials? The worry is that it's not easy to access such materials and information. What are some of the very straightforward channels for getting the materials? Well, yes, this is exactly what we're doing. We are providing materials, teaching materials, to provide to the kindergartens. Maybe, very quickly, we will be sharing you with some of the materials. There are three main areas. First of all, the cultural sensitivity. And when we talk about Chinese and non-Chinese students, you have to understand the cultural sensitivity as well. Chinese is important. Yes, you have to learn the written language and also the verbal language, and also there is positive education embedded in it. So for the children, apart from learning gratitude, for example, you also have to understand the emotions of the child when the child meets with certain social problems, what to do, and you have to choose some sentences and for example, because I so, therefore I so. So this is to teach them how to feel as well in the social context. So there's some positive education there. So this is in the textbooks and also in some of the other teaching materials. Yes, very soon, quickly, we will be sharing these materials with you. So this is part of the mission. So this is definitely one of the things that we will be doing under this program, the JCC for Chinese program. Right, very expectant. There will be some very positive results, and we can expect to see that. We thank the speakers, all three of them, and let's take a good group photo.
好，thank you 晒，鐘教授、陳女士。
Thank you. Thank you for the sharing. We've learned a lot. Please be seated. So far, we've heard a lot of stories, and they have a few common elements. Teacher-parent relationship, teacher-student relationship, and creating relationship. When I was a student, a lot of teachers built relationship with me. They were friends with me. They understood it's not because I was lazy, but because the family couldn't help me. And, you know, the teachers, they, punish me, and I had to be standing during class, and they used Chinese, and they're helping me. And without their help, I wouldn't be a comedian today, a stand-up comedian. I crack jokes to communicate. And the point today is learn, unlearn, relearn. And what we have been doing, we think it's okay, but actually let us in some new elements and to encourage everyone, as Dr. Kim had mentioned, to understand the mentality of our counterparties. So this is the end of our program, and you've seen me for the last 1 hour. I'm sure you're tired of me. let's have our MC back. Vivek, that was a fantastic session. You make things so lively. Yes, coming out here, you would know this is time to bid farewell. But before that, I would want to thank the school teams and also the social workers to be here together with us either physically or online. Tomorrow, we will give you a questionnaire and we hope to hear from you. Thank you. And when we were small, watching ETV, there was a hello, hello, hello program. And today, we're going to say goodbye. I'm going to say goodbye, namaste, thank you, adios, 再見, bye. See you next time. Again, on behalf of the Jockey Club C for Chinese program, to thank all the representatives, all the guests, and Vivek here, and everyone, all the participants, for attending the